Hi, I'm Anand, founder and CEO of Instabase, and the title of the talk is What Your AI Agents Need to Know. I think first get a good coffee so that you all can pay attention. But what I felt would be good is to just give you all a history of Instabase over the last 9 years and all the learnings. And of course, given that this talk is about SaaS and AI and scale, I'll try to cover all three aspects as we share that journey. So this is 2012 to 2015 when I was a PhD student at MIT. And there was a project that we were working on called MIT Data Hub Project. And the goal of that project was what people really care about. And when you go and ask the users, they're like, the true value of data is when I can ask questions, when I can get an answer to my questions. And this problem was reasonably solved if your data is in nice structured format, right? If you put a table and schema, you can run SQL called structured query language. So people knew how to answer questions if the data is in nice structured format. But if your data is not in that nice structured format, people didn't know how to answer those questions. So that was the core idea that we were basically working on. And I felt that this problem is important enough that I decided to drop out at the end of 2015. And that's where the mission of Instabase came from, which is how we can help every organization in the world turn their unstructured data into insights and actions. And this is the blog that I wrote just before dropping out, which is very hard to see. But don't too much worry about it. So I moved to Silicon Valley. That's what people do when you drop out. That's where the money is. So you can talk to some VCs, and they'll give you some money. And it was good. I talked to some VCs, these two, Annie and Greylock. They did the seed round. We had no product, no deck, so one key lesson is you don't need much. In general, Silicon Valley VC will give you money if you have good ideas, which is great. So this was 2015, like around October. And after you take the money, you build some prototype, and then you have to figure out who will be the user, and why would somebody use it? So we went and asked a bunch of potential customers, like, hey, do you have any unstructured data problem? Tell me what that is. And they said, can you do this? So like companies like banks and insurance and healthcare, and they're like, we do a lot of things which requires us to process a ton of documents, and that come in these kind of formats. And the reason why they cared about these kind of problems was because how do you solve insurance claim processing? People submit like tons of these images and application forms and policy papers, and you have to make decisions from that. And only humans were capable of understanding this complex language and document kind of stuff. How do you do lending? You apply for loan and you submit things like your mortgage documents and pay stubs and bank statement and income proof, identity proof, whatever, and somebody has to make a decision. Like when you apply for immigration, when you do trade, these are all very complicated, unstructured data problem that they all were like struggling with. So that's how we got pulled into this specific gnarly problem of document understanding. So you might be surprised, at that time, AI wasn't that advanced, so the techniques that people used were things like these. Like people who literally build templates. Like if you want to extract data from passport, you go look 30 pixels from the top, 20 pixels from the right, draw a box, and whatever the details that comes out of your name. And it doesn't work because UK passport might look different than American, and somebody scans might be upside down, and then all of these breaks. A bunch of other companies literally have the rules library that will say, if you want to extract the pay date from a pay stub, like extract below any date that looks below date or start date or whatever, but if somebody wrote like period beginning, then you're toast. It doesn't work. So it's brittle. At that time, you could train some models. At that time, model creation was literally like supervised learning, so you create a bunch of features and then try to do something. Didn't produce good results. And then, if you do not know, there was a technique called program synthesis, which we were very excited about, where instead of like trying to make machine learn the data, can you make machine write the code? Be like parser. So, and if machine can write a parser for each specific document type, can you extract something? And that kind of like worked for some specific kinds of documents. So these were the techniques at that time, very rudimentary and narrow. But we were trying to do something, and Andreessen got very excited about that. They felt like this is an important problem for humanity, so they did Series A. At that time, we had no product, no customers. So also for raising Series A, you don't need much. But then 2017, and you all must have heard about this paper called Transformers. So this was the first time when, attention was kind of like talked about in a very public way, that how you can learn language and how like language understanding can be solved through this self-attention mechanism. And then they also launched a pre-trained language model based on that architecture, transformer, called BERT. Many of you might have heard about that. So we basically actually took this model and tried on these language understanding and document understanding problem. If you all have seen the BERT language model, it is based on sequence of tokens, and it can basically generate some tokens. But they had no concept of like layout and all that kind of stuff, so it did not produce really good results for our problem. So we were like pretty unhappy, and like this was about to like giving up. So 2019, we asked this existential question: is this problem even solvable? Because I wrote a note to like all the investors and the whole company, like maybe like these problems are not solvable. We are far, far away from being able to solve it, and we might be able to never fully solve it unless somebody finds a way to solve AI complete problems, which is called AGI nowadays. AI complete means you can kind of reduce every problem into AI problems or general purpose reasoning problem. So this was 2019. But one thing was pretty clear, that if there was any hope, that hope was through this transformer architecture. So we basically decided to go all in. And we took this BERT model and took all those tokens, but instead of like encoding just position of the token in the sentence, we started encoding X and Y coordinate. And can you basically figure out, because documents is two-dimensional stuff, right? Like if you look at pay stub, it's not a sentence or a language, but the layout and all those things basically matter. So if you start encoding X and Y coordinate, you will see that the attention learns layout understanding too. There was a really good paper that came out that year called Layout LM from Microsoft. And we pushed the whole company towards, we are going to go all in. All of the product management left that day because they didn't believe that it would work. And we decided to go all in. And the reason why people were skeptical about that was because, just think of 2020, 2021, if you go to a customer, especially enterprise customers, because our customers were these large banks, insurance, healthcare, all those guys, and you tell them that I need GPUs to do this, they would be very, very unhappy. They will say like, no way. Like, Their IT team did not even know how to get the right infrastructure for doing these kind of things. So this was 2021, but this worked. So 2021, we launched around April our first pre-trained layout-aware language model, which also encoded X and Y coordinate, and it produced amazing results. So you can basically take this base model, take some samples, like a few hundred of them, fine-tune them, and you will get a great results. So we were very, very happy. We were like, we are going to win this market. And life was all cool for the next 18 months until this happened. So OpenAI basically announced the generative pre-trained transformer, which is a much larger language model, trained on almost all of the internet. And in November of 2022, you could access this particular tool called ChatGPT, where you can ask some question and it will give you the answer. And we were like, does it work if I give some input, like documents and all that? And in a couple months, they also allowed, like, you can upload some PDF or whatever, ask ChatGPT, it will give you the answer. So this was, so you could do things like this. So if you upload, like, Apple's 10K, you ask some questions, it will give you an answer. This was very concerning, because this is like, it's just the end of the company. I mean, OpenAI or ChatGPT will solve everything. Do we even need to exist? Unstructured data is solved, declare victory. We lost, OpenAI won. But then we said, like, OK, let's try to solve real production problems. And then we realized is LLMs are not all you need, because they were hallucinating, they had limited context window, a bunch of things early on. So, I mean, as you know, LLMs are built upon this transformer and then pre-trained language model called GPT. Then people kind of like invented something called RAG. You must have heard about this. So RAG is basically literally you kind of like ground the knowledge on your own data that you have within your organization. You put that into a vector database. You find some like chunks that are similar and then generate the results. So now you could also do that. So does that solve all the problems? And then we realized that maybe, but it did not produce the great results for the kind of problems. Like, let's say if you want to give a loan, it has to be fully accurate. It has to basically make sure that all those things can be explainable, can be traceable. There is no hallucination. And then, you know, sometimes like the document is not in the format of like tokens, so you have to do OCR. Then you have to do some parsing. There might be a bank statement that has tables. Like, then you might want to run a query on the table rather than basically just trying to do vector match. So there is a bunch of things that you need to really build before and after to be able to solve this problem reliably. So even though like RAG is pretty easy things to build, in order to get the results, and I'll tell you one very simple example. Let's say I want to ask a question. Tell me all the documents that sort of like is not compliant with GDPR. And AI might give you an answer, but how do you know it did not miss something? Because you will do some ranking, you will match some, you know, chunks, and then you'll figure out the answer. But how do you guarantee correctness and completeness? Because those are the two most critical things, especially relevant for large enterprises. Like at a bank, you cannot miss something, because that will have huge fines. If you're giving like $1 million loan to some institution, we cannot miss like one row of a table. It didn't work that way. And maybe the better way to solve this problem is like not using LLM exactly for like search, but rather you kind of like look at each of those things, convert this into some table or something, look at each documents, all the clause that you care about, put that into structured database, run a query, because now you know that it is complete. One pretty big federal use case that we have, like let's say you're government, and government has to figure out, is there anything that's happening across the world that threatens security of the country? So they, you know, as part of intelligence, they will collect like every message, every like whatever, you know, classified information, and let's you say like, hey, tell me anything that is threatening to the country. You got some answer. How do you know it is complete? How do you know it is trustworthy? And maybe the better way to do that is you take every single document, look for everything that you need, put that into some big, massive database, run a SQL query. Now you know that every single item has been considered and the answer is correct. So there are a bunch of techniques that you need to do to make sure that your results are correct. So the one key lesson that we have learned by running these production-grade workload is that LLMs are not all you need. You have to build a lot of systems around it for it to be reliable and trustworthy in real enterprise setting. And there is a really good paper by Databricks, which is called Compound AI System. And I personally believe that this is where the world is going to move to for real production workload that you can trust. So that's learning number one. Now, with that learning, we decided to launch a platform called AI Hub. And the goal of AI Hub was, can we basically give one unified platform that sits on top of all your data and tools, and then give you three important workloads. because these are the three most critical workloads that we have found by talking to all our customers. First workload is, I want to automate a bunch of things. Like, let's say if you're a bank, you want to automate things like lending or customer onboarding or KYC or client diligence, because those are manual processes. Can you have AI do that fully? And outside banking, if you go to insurance, healthcare, they all have the same kind of problem. So automate is a massive workload that AI can solve in a very meaningful way in the coming years and decades. So I'm very, very excited about automate. Automate is going to be a big, big, big market. Second one is analyze. That workload is when you want to do deep analysis. Like, let's say if you're doing M&A. Like, you collected all of these information, and you need to basically ask some questions, because those analysis is going to drive and determine your next steps in the results. So that's the second workload that we have seen customers deeply care about. And third one is search. How do you even find information? Right, you have a huge amount of information. Productivity is important. You want to basically search across all the content to get the answer as quickly as possible. So these are the three most critical workloads that we believe will drive the value of AI in the enterprises in the coming years. Now, if you want to solve this, what are the underlying infrastructure that you need? Because that's an important question. So now we know the problems. How do we really solve this? So the layer that you have to solve, if you really want to support, automate, analyze, and search workloads, is understand layer. Because most of the data that you have is locked in the formats that tools cannot understand. They are in images, in PDF, and Word, and Excel, and PowerPoint, and Salesforce, and Atlassian, and so on. And they all represent data very, very differently, right? Like the way Salesforce represents data is very different than Atlassian does, or Image does, or Excel does, or something else. So how do you really, basically, first thing you do is out-of-the-box support for any content type. Because if you don't do that, if you miss something, you will not get those results. You will not be able to run these workloads. Second is, how do you understand these things semantically? By semantically, I mean, if it is table, then you rather run data frame query rather than just giving match of some chunks and returning the results, because those would not be complete. And understand another part that becomes critically important is multi-step planning, because many of these answers are not single step, right? You have read some of these financial documents. Go to 3.1 for this stuff, and then in last document we covered this. Based on that, you do some extrapolation. So most of these answers are not zero-sort answers. These are basically multi-step reasoning that will give you the correct answers. And the fourth part that is critically important is many of the answers are not available directly in the data. You might have to go and execute some query on Oracle or query on some other system. So you should be able to take actions in other operational systems. So these are the four critical things that need to be solved if you really want to build a very good platform that can serve, automate, analyze, and search workload. Now, let's assume you have this layer done. What else do you need? Now, for those who are coming from enterprises, you know your data is siloed across multiple systems, on-prem, on cloud, different geography, different locations. And there are a bunch of constraints, like UK data cannot move out of UK, Europe data cannot move out of Europe, Singapore data needs to live in the Singapore, and you get big fines if you don't do that. So are you going to basically have multiple different systems? So how do you put a single platform that does all this? So you need the ability to do federated storage, compute, and identity, and still be able to run these workloads, right? That's critically important. So things need to stay where they are without moving around, and still you should be able to get an answer without moving data out. So that becomes a critically important problem for the enterprises that we deeply care about. So that's the kind of the platform you need. Now the question is, this is cool. How do we really solve this? What is the solution to this? So now we understand the constraints. How do we really solve this? So let's take a very simple example, right? My question is, which of my insurance policies are exposed to pandemic risk? And there are so many different systems, I don't know the answer. There is not like one place this answer is written. You might have to do a bunch of analysis. You might have to get some research report from somewhere. Based on that, you have to run some query on what kind of customers you have, what is the profile of those customers. So this is a complex, multi-step reasoning question, right? It's not a query that you can run and you get an answer. So how do you really solve this? And this actually is a solved problem, if you think of it, in today's world. How this is solved? This is solved this way. Like humans, right? Like currently, if you want to ask these questions, you go and ask your department heads, like, hey, can you answer this? Can you answer this? Can you answer this? They talk to each other. They ask their juniors. They run some tools and some system. And eventually, answers get aggregated, and you get the final answer. So we actually know how to solve this problem. This is not an unsolved problem. It's just that you basically have to ask the right people, let's call them agents, who have access to right data or tools, and have the permissions to run those things. Right? If you get those three things, you know how to solve this. So if we already know this, I'm surprised that people are going in exactly opposite direction with AI, right? Because I don't know how many of you have heard, there is this big fascination with this technique called RAG, where they say, connect to all the data locations. I'm going to move all these stuff into this like big data pipeline and then run some vector DB and run some LLM and give an answer. It's a terrible idea. So if you are spending any research money on this, you should stop, because this will not work. And the reason why this will not work, it has 4 problems. Number 1, like, this breaks a lot of these regulations and all that stuff. The UK data needs to live in the UK, Singapore data needs to live in Singapore, and so on. You can't mix and match like retail or trade data and so on. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is the data representation. The way data is represented in document is very different than Excel, than database, than like Salesforce, and so on. So you cannot put everything as a sequence of tokens, because if you do that, you lose a lot of those representational stuff. That's number 2. Third, how do you do access permissions? Because what if they change some access permission in Salesforce? If it is not here, then you get you leak a lot of things that might not be useful. So that's the problem number 3. And problem number 4 is, this is a read-only system, because you created a copy, and only thing you can do is read. Like, many of the answers come by write and execute, so you completely miss that. And therefore, you need an architecture that looks like this, which is called federated AI agents. So this idea of federated AI agent is pretty similar to mimic how it is solved in the human world, where you create these logical org structure, logical data locations, which is like, hey, this is my US agent, or this is my mayor, or whatever. And then they basically are connected through, you must have heard of this protocol, MCP, Model Context Protocol, or something like that, but remote MCP, where you don't move any data. So they are basically now connected to those tools. And what happens is, when a question comes to this main control plane guy, so the advantage of this one is like data stays in its location. You're not moving anything. All the embedding models and everything run locally. You are communicating over MCP. And when a question comes, you can broadcast the question. Each agent gets to decide, and this can be hierarchical, whether they want to even participate or not. So somebody can choose not to participate because you don't have access. Your identity gets passed through in every case. So that gets enforced by every single underlying real source of truth. So you don't run into all the problems that you run into. It's a complex and difficult architecture to build, but eventually this is the one that we know actually mimics exactly what we know works in the human world with all data security, sovereignty, access control, and those kind of things. So this is what we are super, super excited about. So currently, we are working on this architecture called AI Hub, which basically implements this federated AI agents and then supports all the 3 critical workloads, which is automate, analyze, and search. The reason why you need this is because we believe that not all data is centralized or would ever be centralized. Second, most data is unstructured or in application-specific binary format, so you need specialized AI agents for each kind of tools and systems of records. Identity cannot be ignored. And you need an architecture that gives you read, write, execute, all 3, which MCP allows you to do, right? That's how you solve this particular problem, which is running automate, analyze, and search workload in enterprise setting on all of the data that you have across different geography, boundaries, teams, and orgs. Now, business. How do you sell this? It's very easy. Now you know what automate workload looks for banking or healthcare and so on. What the analyze workload looks for legal or healthcare and so on. So it's pretty easy to basically map this to different industry and go and really get value for the customers. So if you come today, like 2025, I think this question that we started with, which is right, every organization in the world wants to answer questions and all their data. That's where the value lies. This still remains an unsolved problem. Now with AI, you have enabling technology, you have all the stuff that this can really be solved. So I'm super, super optimistic and excited that now we are much closer to really be able to fully solve this problem than ever before. And this matters. Now the question is why this matters is, if you look at like what it does 2 things for every organization. Number 1, it makes every organization more productive, right? That's number 1, because you can do a lot of things. Everything can be automated. You can do analysis faster. So that's number 1. And second, it basically helps every organization make better decisions, hopefully. And if both are true for every single organization in the world, if you add them up, It's basically, literally, you are exponentiating the progress of the entire humanity, right? Because you can make better decisions, and you can do a lot more things. And if everybody can do that, if you add those up, it's great. And because the decisions by these organizations are what we live as our daily life, right? How insurance companies work, and how banks work, how government works. We live the consequences of that every single day. So it is really, really important that we solve this problem. So that's what I'm super, super excited about. And hopefully, I gave you very quickly the journey of Instabase, how we built all of the things, and what the future looks like. I have only 1 minute, 48 seconds left, so I can take maybe one question, one or two. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
First of all, congratulations. I think since yesterday, that was the best talk that I saw. So congrats.
Thank you.
I felt dumb, but anyway, I think I'm not the only one. My question, I think, is going to be quite simpler for you. But I saw your company has right now nearly 200 employees. Mine is 100. And a challenge we have been facing in implement AI agents is how to do the enablement across the organization, because you are super technical. I believe you have super technical guys alongside with you, but how to scale this to more than 200 employees?
That's a great question, and actually very timely and relevant question. So one of our OKR for this year is every organization is required to be at least 30+% productivity gain with AI, including legal or recruiting or HR. So our engineering team is very incentivized to go and help legal, like how you can do all the red line. So like we were just doing a deal with a French company. They send you this whole thing in French. Now we have AI doing all those red line, converting to French, so we would be able to like save first a lot of money, but second, do much, much faster. Our recruiting, entire resume, initial parsing, and all that stuff is done entirely by AI. So initial filtering is all by AI, so we basically only get to spend time with 1% that is more relevant to us. Like HR, now we have built chatbots to answer all the HR questions, like what is travel policy, this policy, I need this leave. Like now HR handles all those. So I think we should chat more because this is longer questions, but I think defining very clear goals where these can be easily implemented will get people excited and they will start using it. And those don't need to be technical products. Those could be simple interfaces that people would feel much more comfortable using. And developers like use Cursor and those things, right? Yeah.
Okay. Hey, thanks for sharing the technical insight. I'm very interested in the multi-agent architecture you presented today. I'm just curious, how did you actually divide a system into different agents? In the particular example you showed, they seems to be divided based on the division of your corpuses, right? You have 3 different corpuses, and on each corpus you have an agent. But retrieval of information from different corpuses, that can be abstracted away with a retrieval layer. So I'm just a little bit curious. Maybe that's not a good representation of what what's in your mind. Would you like to explain a little more?
Yeah, exactly. And this problem is exactly the same problem that you have to do in the org design when you build the human organizations, right? Like, what is the boundary? Who owns these tools? Like, for example, let's say if you have Oracle, like there must be admin who is required to query. Who all are the people who have access to it? So basically, and it could be that one Oracle database might have been shared with 3 different people, and they can run different queries depending upon what their access permissions are. So just think of this very similar to the organizational design with the data access permissions and all of those kind of things. And then you define these agents that has 3 things. So just agents are always noun, that has set of attributes, that has set of capability, that they will only do those things, and they will not do anything else. So they should be able to say, like, hey, for this question, I'll only answer this part. For other part, you have to broadcast somewhere else, and they should be answering those questions. So you have to define those agent boundaries very, very clearly when you do that, and kind of like create an org structure. Pretty similar to how you do in the human world.
Okay, but is the boundary based on different types of questions, based on different corpuses of information?
No, different types of questions, because it could be the same corpus. Legal person would give you different types of question answer, but somebody else. No, it is the responsibility of that agent rather than the corpus. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Pretty easy question here to end with. Instabase, who's your customer? Like right now, like this is a pretty awesome thing that you put together, but What customers, what industries are you really focused on attacking right now? So maybe if people in the audience can get you a referral or something like that.
Oh, great. And I was thinking of putting customer logo, but then we felt might not be a good idea. So yeah, our customers are like 4 of the top 5 banks in the US across the globe, the top financial institutions, bank, insurance, healthcare, government. And the use cases are pretty simple, like automate. What does bank need to automate? Like if you're a retail bank lending, how much time do they spend doing that? KYC, like client onboarding, diligence, institutional client onboarding. It's a bunch of those use cases.
So insurance, financial services, those industries primarily?
Yeah, healthcare, tech, CPG for invoice processing, payment reconciliation. Just think of anything that deals with a lot of like complex, unstructured data processing.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
today? Hello. All right, if you are in the back still networking, we need you in front here. It's always really hard at these customer success meetups to get everybody to stop networking and come on in. So come on in, bring a pink flag with you.
Let's go.
Let's go. All right, well, let's get started here. My name is John Gleason. I'm the founder and managing partner at Success Venture Partners. The special thing about Success VP is that all of the LPs are the best people in customer success, some of the best CCOs in the world. And for the last 10 years with my friends, Monica and Janan, we have been running the Customer Success Meetup. So I'm going to hand it over to them to give a quick intro, and we're going to get going here.
Yeah, really excited to be here. I'm Monica. I lead customer success at Notion. We've been invited back for the second year in a row to do the CCO track at SaaStr. So huge thanks to Jason and all of you who are part of this community, making it possible, allowing us to have the great content that allows us to continue in this tradition.
Man, I think, like, with saying that, we should, everybody, I need a big round of applause for the SaaStr crew. Woo! They have been incredibly generous with us. Jason's a massive believer in customer success, and that's why we get to do this. So just thank you, SaaStr. All right, back to you. I interrupted. Let's go.
Hey, everybody. My name is Janan Pang. I'm the VP of Solutions and Success over at Intercom. And we have just an incredible lineup of speakers for you all today. So excited. It's almost like 5 meetups in one, so we're so excited to host you all today. Thank you all for joining us.
All right. So who has been to a customer success meetup before in San Francisco or New York? All right. Wow. Right on. All right. So a lot of people know who we are. But if you don't know who we are, we've been putting on these events for 10 years. It started from very, very humble beginnings. Janan always likes to tell the story. The first meetup we ever did, there was more pizzas there than there was people. But we've kept at it for 10 years. As we've grown in our own careers, so too has this meetup. We're now over 5,000 people strong, and we've hosted some of the very best customer success leaders in the world. So it's been really fun to grow with you all. Thanks for being a part of it over these last 10 years. And I think one of the things that makes this meetup so special is our core values, all right? So right from the start, we've always believed that getting together in person is really special, all right? And I think in an age of AI where, you know, we're behind our computer screens all day, doing our Zoom thing, getting together, having some food, shaking hands, talking story with other professionals is really important. So we want to be the in-person component to the customer success world. So number one, in person. There we go. Number two, we like to bring people together, but we know that it's not about us. It's all about actually the people who show up to the events, right? It's the people who show up that make it special. So this is all driven by folks in the community. Our goal is that you leave here with one new friend today. And so, meetup tradition on that one, what I want you to do is I want you to turn to the person next to you. I want you to shake their hand and say, hey, I'm so-and-so.
Hi, I'm so-and-so. I forgot about that tradition. I really like that.
that was
We haven't done that in a while.
And then it's the
All right. So it is always, always hard to put the genie back in the bottle after that. This community just thrives. Everybody's chatting
Every time.
every single time.
We risk this every single time, but we're going to pull you back in. We're going to pull you back in for a second.
All right,
Love it.
value number 3 is content by practitioners. One of the things that we found super helpful in our careers is when you're building something tough, you want to talk to somebody else who's at the same stage of growth, or maybe if they've just gone through that same stage of growth. I think the advice that you get from people who are in the weeds, building real stuff, is very, very powerful. And so if you've been to our events before, you know that we like to get people on stage who are operating at some of the most impactful technology companies in the world, all right? So content by practitioners, we think that matters a lot. And then finally, and then this is where we're also going to give SaaStr another shout out. Inclusivity is king. We want anybody who needs to be at our events to be there. And this event in particular, it's designed for the top folks in customer success, CCOs, VPs of customer success, directors. SaaStr helped us give a lot of people tickets to this event so that we could bring every CCO out there that matters to this event. So inclusivity is king, and we're really grateful for that.
And so before we get into the topics today, one of the things that we wanted to share were some of the things that we've heard this year around what's happening in customer success. And so earlier this year, we held multiple meetups in San Francisco and in New York on one topic in particular, which is pretty pretty hot right now in customer success, but also in go-to-market, which is, what is your pricing model? And so we talked about license-based, seat-based subscription models, consumption models, outcome-based pricing, and had conversations with amazing leaders and amazing companies talking about this topic.
This year, the second theme that has come up through our community events is that bespoke customer success motions are now becoming key differentiators. So I think with the rise of more AI, more automation, all of the tasks, the one-to-many, the scaled aspects are becoming much more automated. So that's creating the opportunity for the human CSM to actually become much more bespoke and tailored to the customer and creative in terms of how we meet our customer. We're seeing the rise of different roles and different specializations coming to meet this need of more bespokeness. One of them, we're seeing the rise of the forward deployed engineer, if you've ever seen this, kind of the Palantir model, and a much earlier deployment specialist in the customer journey as the first touch of customer success. And then we're also seeing really cool success motions in terms of customer engagements. There was a viral post from Clay earlier this year where they were running AI workshops in person, on site with their customers, co-creating those solutions together. And so I think this is really special because it allows the human touch to be 10 times more effective and personal to your customer.
And in a lot of ways, a lot has changed, but also not that much has changed. It's really all about generating and delivering value for your customers. And so this concept of success becoming more technical, but also balancing the strategic side of things. When you think about your customers, on the right side, you'll see your product is likely one of many products that they have to manage and have relationships with. And so that means that every single touch point that you have with the customer means so much more. And so that means that you need to take advantage of those engagements, and whether it's a product or technical, challenge that they need to overcome, you need to be able to have that conversation with them and be able to navigate that. But at the same time, help them with the transformation and be able to pull out that strategic advisor skill set. So that's the other thing that we've been hearing a lot about, is this balance between strategic and technical skill sets on the success teams.
Yeah. And the fourth thing has been that communities are now more important than ever. I think with the rise of a lot of AI-forward products, I don't know if it's making the SaaS bloat problem better or worse, but there's a lot of products doing different flavors of very similar things. So what becomes the moat? What becomes a differentiator? It's the community. It's the organic user love, product love, the like-minded people that they're able to bring together really early. I think Notion did a really good job of this early days, and we're seeing this playbook being used now more than ever for companies like Cursor, who just launched their ambassador community, Perplexity, which now has one of the most active Discord servers in the world. So we're seeing a lot of roles open earlier than before, like head of community, head of developer relations, and that's really exciting because that's why we're all here today. Speaking of community, we have an official online community now. The Customer Success Meetup has moved from offline to now both offline and online using a new community management platform called Gradual. We were kind of talking about what was the personality of this meetup in the past, and it's been very event-based. It's very event to event. But now we want to have the connective tissue between those events. So we have an online community. Please scan this with your phone camera to be able to join. And oh, do I need to move? There you go. John is very tall.
I definitely make a better door than a window.
Yeah. We're excited to see the members start joining our online community. It's a place where we can continue the conversations. We have live forums. It's a place where you can go if you're looking for a job or hiring for your roles. So very quickly this year, we will be one of the largest communities on Gradual, but definitely the largest customer success community online.
And it's not just us. Some of the biggest brands in the world are using Gradual already. I think they've signed OpenAI, Perplexity. I don't know if I can say that, but man, they're the real deal. So definitely, I'm going to give a humble plug to Gradual because they hooked us up big time for our community.
All right. Oh, and with
Is
that.
that me? That's
you.
me. All right. And with that, this is not going to be the last time we see each other this year. We want everybody to come out and join us in New York City this fall. We host this thing called New York City Customer Success Week. It's the biggest event of the year, in our opinion, in customer success. We want to hook everybody up. There is a $99 ticket. It won't last, right? Everybody who's ever sold anything knows that all good deals have an expiry date. And so this date will expire too. But take a shot of that. I'll get out of the way. All those cameras should be up. Thank you. All right. And with that, are we ready to go?
We're ready.
All right. We have an amazing lineup of speakers today. Our first speaker, are you ready? Are you ready? All right. So our friend Abbas Haider Ali, in my opinion, he's on my Mount Rushmore of customer success leaders. He is running an incredibly large organization at GitHub. He's going to teach you a little thing about how customer success evolves as you scale it. And he's seen scale at incredible growth. So you ready? Game on. Let's do it. All right, everybody, round of applause for Abbas.
Thank you.
Oh, and you know what? We forgot to do a selfie. Everybody, we got to come back. You have your camera. All right. So a tradition that we do at the Customer Success Meetup is we always start with a selfie. So we've got everybody to get these pink flags. If you've got a pink flag, put it in the air. We're going to bring everybody in.
Yeah, watch the stage.
Don't fall off. All right. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Make a funny one, too. Ready? Funny face. Here we go. All right. Good work, everybody. Enjoy the show. Thanks for coming.
I don't need a mic. I'm already mic'd up. I'm hands-free. So I guess just starting things off, I already broke a cardinal rule of presenting. Don't show the audience your back. And there was definitely a lot of you're seeing a lot of the back end there. So thank you all. Monica, John, Junot, for welcoming me to the stage. Thank you, SaaStr, for having me here. When we were talking a little bit about topics, John and I had a bunch of different ideas we were tossing around. And one that we kept coming back to was this idea of how customer success evolves from early stages to later stages. And so we were having a conversation. I am renowned for terrible analogies that I stretch too far. And so we decided to turn that into the presentation for today. I talk to a couple of new companies every single week, introductions through friends, investors, other organizations, former teammates. And there is a common reason why that introduction takes place. And if I boil it right down, the heart of that question tends to be, what do I do with customer success? And I hear that from companies at every stage, from founders, and that is ultimately the core question that they're asking about. And it's about leadership, development, role, organization changes, but it's really about what do they want to do with customer success? Now, normally when you go through this sort of exercise, you kind of say well, why do people want to ask me this particular question? Now, what I wound up doing in this case was saying, well, why are they asking me? And normally I'd say, let me talk a little bit about my background. And I'd go through companies I've worked with, different stages, my investment background, et cetera. And I was like, this seems like a fun ChatGPT prompt. So I went in and I said, all right, here's the deal. Here's all the things I would normally say in my introduction. Companies that I've worked at from Series A through public, companies in good times and bad times, companies that have had amazing outcomes with IPOs, and companies that we've sold in a fire sale, right? Different talent conditions, different roles that I've had. investors, as an investor, as a board member, as a mentor, as an operator within an organization, different functional leads, customer success, product marketing. So I've had a varied Renaissance-style career in tech, and I was like, turn that into a picture. And this is what you get. You basically get, and I also gave it a picture of me. Now you'll note, oddly, that actually does look kind of like what I'm wearing today. So clearly I have a pattern that I follow that OpenAI recognizes, but the common theme throughout it was the opportunity to learn. That's what empowers me to kind of wake up every day and do what I love to do. And that learning includes learning about how customer success grows, evolves over time as they do other functions. And one of the rare opportunities that I have that not everyone gets a chance to do is I am very lucky to be invited to share those learnings back out with the audience. So thank you to John, to SaaStr for giving me the opportunity to do that here today. Now going back to the original question, which is, what do I do with customer success? Now I've answered this question so many times that I use like the same analogy now, and I think about it as like an evolutionary process. And it really starts with the formation of the company, literally day zero. Day zero that a company is formed, really all you're obsessed with, or should be obsessed with certainly, is a validation of pain that you think your company is going to solve. At this stage, you barely have a real company. You have an idea, you have something you care about, a pain, and all you're really trying to do is figure out, is this thing worth building a company around? I actually don't even like using the word customer to describe someone you work with at this stage. You really have design partners. And this stage, in my view, lasts from pre-seed to $1 million. And there is no such thing as customer success because really all you're trying to do is validate pain. You're talking to everybody. So when people at this stage come to me and say, what do I do with customer success? I say nothing. You don't even have customers. They're like, but I have someone who's paying me money. I'm like, no, that's not a customer. That is basically a design partner who decided to pay you for your time. That is not a real thing that you're doing. That's like when your company is a single cell organism that is called product. What happens next after this point tends to be a wave which says, we're going to split the company. And you can really think about this as a mindset switch within an organization. When you go from having just a single cell organism that is product to one that is product and customer success. Now this is fair warning. If you're in biotech or a biology major, I can tell you this analogy of cellular evolution only gets worse from here. Please don't send me emails about that. I know this is terrible. It's only going to get worse from here. But really that split goes from product to customer success. And now you're at the point where you're really trying to prove that customers with the pain are willing to pay to address it. And that's really sort of an important stage that you get to over here. And really the key behind your hiring profiles start to change to whether you're looking for unicorns. Now you'll note there's no sales here because in this scenario, really you're still too early to have focus areas, different functions. Anyone who pays you any money, you're trying to make them successful. So really you might think you have a salesperson, but you really have a unicorn customer success person. Someone who will help take that initial customer, help with sales, support, onboarding, retention. They are the unicorns you're looking for. You can never find an entire herd of these people. How many people have seen a herd of unicorns? It's not a real thing. You can't find them. So in fact, what you're looking for here are really rare people who are going to build this thing. You're looking for people who have high agency, they're generalists, and what they really love is they love the pain. They love the pain that the customer feels that they can help evolve with them. And this is where things start to get really interesting from this point forward. You can do this until about your seed round or until you get to about $3 million run rate, and then things start to change. Now you start thinking about changes across the CS model. And it's the reason I get this question a lot. It's because your teams change, your hiring profile changes. Oftentimes, your leaders change at this stage because you're going through the next phase, which is the splintering phase. The splintering phase is when things start to kind of specialize a little bit more, but they're not really fully formed. Your product is still product and engineering groups, but you have a sales organization. And what this means is here, you have you're trying to work through a model where it's founder-less. Before it was founder-led, now you're founderless. And the scenario where you're working on is proving that you actually have a real business that has scalable demand. One of the sort of secrets of founders is that they have this superpower of bringing people into their reality warping zone. You can take a founder and put them in front of someone. If they really feel the pain, they will convince someone to sign up. In the same way that if a customer has signed up for your product, you can put them in front of a customer and convince them to use it. And that is a founder superpower. But at this stage, you have to kind of make the founders move back a little bit and have real salespeople be able to repeat what founders can do, real CS people who can do this without the founders, with their input, but not having them in the lead. And really at this stage, the other thing you start to see is your product market fit starts to evolve, and you wind up changing your ICP often here. And this is a really painful stage because the early people who were your, remember I said you couldn't use the word customers earlier, they were your customers, they're no longer a match for you. They help you validate the pain, but they can't go along with you for the ride as you think about pricing and structure at scale. So that's what starts to happen. You're doing founder absent customer success, and then you're looking for PMF signals. Oftentimes we have this debate of, well, this customer renewed, we have product market fit. At this stage, I'm like, no. That actually is not ideal product market fit, because if you have a scenario where customers just renewing at this phase, that is not good enough. It is not going to build momentum as your business. You need to replace them with customers who will expand. That's actually the key here. Expansion customers equals product market fit. Renewals does not. In this phase, we'll get you further. I'll get you to Series A. I'll get you to a $10 million ARR run rate. You can go with this model and this structure and go into a pitch deck and have a product organization, a sales, proactive, and a reactive success organization, and that can get you somewhere. Now, what is the difference between proactive and reactive customer success at this stage? These are not terms that show up on org charts, right? But these are people that you're grouping together. The reactive folks, they're close to your engineering team. They help fix the problems when someone says, hey, your product is broken. And that's basically the formation of eventually what becomes your support organization or technical people you put in front of customers to help you fix things. The proactive ones are taking you along the adoption and value journey. So that's the sort of split that starts to happen here. I always hesitate to put labels on these things because the people will evolve. The org chart will change. So at this stage, this splintering is really an important phase. And again, I'll get you to $10 million run rate typically, and enough to get you to start to go out looking at Series A. The next split tends to happen when things really start to specialize. Now you have an organization that is really a support team. You all start get questions around like, where does support report to? Should I bring in like someone who everyone reports into in the support organization? Oftentimes at this stage, for deeply technical products, I actually tell them, actually, you should put support and have a report to engineering. Why? Because you're evolving products so quickly as you're raising money here that you really need focus to go through and say the pains that the customers feel immediately get to engineering without proxying through anybody. So it's very common and sometimes very effective for products to have support going into their engineering team directly here. And then you start to get the real split. You're trying to prove that you can scale efficiently, that you can maintain growth enough that you can actually raise capital. That means you have a real sales organization, you have real leaders for marketing, services, you think about CSMs and TAMs sort of specializing within this world here as well, and that's when things start to come into place. This is also where, again, you're trying to not sideline, but move the founders into the place where their superpowers matter. So if you have a founder whose superpowers are in product, they need to stay in product, and you need to supplement them with leaders around them who are great at sales, at customer success, at services, all the other functions, so you narrow the focus. And you start looking for experienced managers. At stages prior to this, experience can sometimes be a counter signal to success of people. You'll run into scenarios where people are like, I've done this at scale. And that actually hurts. That actually hurts because you need to be evolving your motions very quickly and be aligned with the product. The playbooks don't work. You can't transplant a playbook from one place to the other, but here you can kind of start to do that because you start to think about things like customer segmentation and different services and different offerings. The specialization phase is where this starts to happen. And this will get you through a B round, a C round, and up to about $100 million of revenue. You can work in this world of customer success where you've got these splits that are established. And that can take you somewhere. After that, you start to, somewhere along this journey, you start to get in here. It sort of like fades a little bit. There's a little emoji inside the support and services thing for basically a bag of money. You start thinking about things like monetization. People are saying things to you like, What about like, unit economics or rule of 40? Have you heard of rule of X? You start thinking about like the efficiency of the organization and how you're going to build things together. And ultimately, your company's at the stage where you're thinking about owning a category. And this monetization phase is important. It can happen a little earlier, a little later. I put this serve as like a bridge conversation. And there's a couple of key things I advise people when they're thinking about their monetization plan. The first thing is, what are you going to charge for it? Right? And I always tell people, look, there's like pretty good proven standards that companies are willing to pay for and are willing to sign up for, and that's roughly that they're willing to pay a premium between 8 to 15% for support. That's roughly kind of what you can get away with and is valuable to actually run the business. You also think about monetizing your services organization, the team that does implementations for your customers in-house. That stuff becomes really important. The question is, how much do you monetize and what do you charge for it? If you monetize all your services, it's not really going to work until you get much later on. You're still going to have to give away some of your services. The rule of thumb that I've picked up over time, that I've seen work across many companies, is about 60% of your overall services bandwidth can be monetized. The rest of it, you're probably still going to have to give away at some level. And then, of course, it's really important that CS leaders at this stage that you're conversant in the language of the finances of the business, and you're thinking about what margin these services run at. It's running at about losing 20% at the earlier range of this, to running about a 40% margin as you move upwards. That's about where these things kind of shake up, and that's generally how you think about this. And this model can work really well. This can take you through Series D. It can get you to about a $500 million run rate. It's great. And this is really the scenario where you can make this work. The reason this is really important to monetize is as you think about owning this category and building a more scalable, efficient business over time, monetization should be a place that CS leaders should raise their hands and say, in this evolutionary stage, I, as a business leader, have something to contribute to how we actually make money and build a sustainable company. But that's not the end of the journey. We're still evolving. The next phase gets you to like the full operating mode. This is where you're in the big leagues, right? You're a public company or kind of de facto public because you're at scale. You're recognized as a brand people point to. People say, this is the Uber of something. It is the Airbnb of something. People compare you. They say, like, these guys are really going after a hyperscale company. Like, those sorts of words become common in association with your brand. And when you're going to like you walk by a Y Combinator, your company's name is being dropped in the comparison. That's the scale that you're at. It's in pitch decks. You've made it. You're like in the big leagues, right? But lots of options open up here from a customer success standpoint as well. You start looking at things like customer experience teams. You're looking at training organizations and learning services. You're looking at renewals teams, full-fledged teams dedicated to community, as we just talked about. Engineering teams can build in here to help you build bespoke solutions for your products as well. And the other place that you're getting to is building a great unit economics business starts to matter. So you start to think about things like scaling through ecosystem, scaling through partners, scaling through third-party services, regional SIs, VARs, GSIs. You start using terms like license partners and licensed service providers and cloud providers and resellers, OEMs. All those words enter your terminology because you're in the big leagues. This is kind of how it works. And the only way to scale now is through ecosystem. That's kind of the evolution stage that you're at now. Beyond this point, things get real interesting. Now you've like taken things over. You are the beast, right? Your company is the beast running around everywhere. And you're entering like boss fights with the big leagues. And you start to actually think about your own business as like, wait, what about our innovator's dilemma? We're competing with the startup views of the world. You're thinking about challenges at massive scale. Like that's basically where you're at now. You're like in like the really big public companies. This is where things start to happen. Everyone, you think like you're dominating all the things, but you always worry about what's coming from the earliest stage companies because they can move so quickly. So you know what takes down the beast? It's a virus or a bacterial infection. The single-celled organisms are actually your biggest threats as you start to think about these things and evolving. And that's all the people in this room, right? Like all those organizations, the giant beasts look at those organizations as the place where the next change is going to come from because you can scale up faster than you ever could before. the conversations that we're having here around AI, those are the boosters that allow you to scale really quickly. But if you're inside this organization, customer success can almost start to feel easy. Because you're like, why would someone else choose anything other than our product? We are the beast. Like, that is actually the choice. And it becomes like the default mode of how you operate. But what you're thinking about is the earlier stage companies that are coming in and the customer success teams that will grow that business. Now, that's basically like a quick run through of this evolutionary journey. Now, I answer this question all the time, as I said. So I distilled this down into a handful of pieces. Every one of these slides that we talked about is like an hour-long conversation that if you're interested in, grab me. I don't know if you can do an hour, but we can talk about them in detail for all the operating parameters that kick in over here. But ultimately, that's how you should be thinking at all these pieces is how do you grow customer success from that earliest stage organization all the way to this stage. And that involves making the right decisions along the way. It's also not linear. Evolution is messy. And the messiness comes in all flavors. You may jump stages. Things may not work. If you've ever tried a partner program and you've succeeded the first time, you are lucky. Most partner programs fail multiple times before they're successful. Trust me, I've led them when they failed. And it sucks. You're like, I've got a great idea. We're doing this thing. And it's doomed because you think you're operating at the level of Godzilla, but you're working with like the 3-celled organism. Like that doesn't quite scale. So those evolutionary steps have to happen at a certain point in time. And it's really important to actually make sure you're tracking those along the way and you're experimenting for what works best for you. Now, there is another question that people ask me all the time. The first one is, what do I do with customer success, as we talked about? The immediate one that follows is we go through this exercise, we have a conversation of here's what customer success probably looks like for your market, for your geo, for your vertical, for your business stage. And then inevitably, founders will ask me the question of, okay, but how much money do I put into this thing? Like, what's like a good rule of thumb for the investment rate for this? This is actually a question that I even got asked, I think we were right on this very stage last year, and I got asked this question. And that question was, it ultimately boils down to, what do I feed the customer success beast? That's the question. And many people have opinions on this. You may recognize some of the people on the stage actually giving those very things. And the rule of thumb that I shared last year was when I talk to companies about the right investment rate, I describe it not as an absolute number, not as revenue per CSM or anything like that. Those are measures that really apply from the people perspective. But looking at it from like the CFO lens, I describe it as you roughly should be investing about 10% of your revenue in customer success. Asterisks, growth rate dependent, vertical dependent, stage, whether you're VC, PE backed, et cetera. But roughly as a rule of thumb, you could spend less or more depending on your growth rate, ultimately is what it boils down to. But that is a rule of thumb. I shared it here. I've shared it in multiple other venues saying like, I have been taking on customer success teams. I didn't have a good answer to this question. So going back to my very first slide that I said I'd love to share the things I learned, I've been talking about it for like the last year in particular, very aggressively, saying that's the number. But there's a problem with that number. There's certain things that are changing in the world that you may or may not be heard of that says, is that really actually the right number? And that changes AI. So last year, I described a little bit about how my own teams are using AI. I've talked about how other products, we talked about in our QA panel yesterday. And the biggest change driver that I've seen in my career is popping up here in context of how do we actually drive this change in a time where AI approaches us. And I describe it as a cataclysmic opportunity. And I use those words carefully because it's not an evolution. Evolution requires incremental changes as you face environmental stresses. What we're talking about here is KT level extinction event. Now I've decided to go and like ruin something for evolutionary biologists again, the analogy being stretched to the limits. And it's really clear that every team I talk to, every organization I talk to, when I talk about my teams, I talk to my peers, they're not like, oh, this is a minor adjustment and everything's going to be cool. They're like, no, man, this thing is coming in, it's going to wipe everything out, and we don't know what's going to come out afterwards. Godzilla is going to go down, and we don't know what's going to happen. It could be the mammals. It could be, I don't know what sort of creatures will take over the world. Maybe it will be unicorns. I don't know. But something new will come out of it. And I think that's something that I tell people now is like, hey, look, I am the one who's been talking about this 10% number, and you know what? Actually, I don't really think that's going to work anymore. In fact, things will change, and the changes occur at different levels. So of course, now the question that I probably will get asked as I'm leaving here is like, okay, cool. So you answered the question of how do things evolve. We talked about the investment rate. You said it was 10%. Then you said, oh, wait, the guy who said 10% is no longer right, which that guy was you. So what actually is the number? That is a very reasonable question to say. What I could do is I could walk off stage and run away and not answer the question. But I'm not going to do that. I actually will take a shot at answering this question for what I believe is true today. I don't believe that this will be true for the next few years, but I believe it is true right now. If CFO asks me saying, what is the right current state AI at scale deployment model that you think delivers a good business result, consistency, what is the investment rate that I would use? I would change this. So the meteor is going to come out, knock out the 10% Godzilla, and in its place is a new powered Godzilla, and that dude is not powered by 10% of revenue, it's powered by 7%. That's actually a number that I'm going to leave you with this year. We'll see how long that changes. I think, are we doing SaaStr twice a year? Once a year still, right? So I got like 1 year to come back and adjust this thing. And I think the AI first beast is not going to be powered by the same number, be powered by the 7% number, roughly. Now, that number has to be anchored in some sort of basis, right? So you will hear this number show up as companies saying our products deliver X% productivity gains, but those don't immediately transfer in because we're getting more efficient. Like there's also variables that populate in there. So triangulating around lots of solutions that I invest in, that we use, that I see other companies utilizing as well, that's sort of roughly where the math shakes out. And the thing that I'll leave you with as part of a conversation to take forward is how do you evaluate where these AI solutions come in? It's easy to say use it, but one thing that I'm trying to work on is how do I evaluate the thing that says what is the real structure for how I evaluate things? And there's really, think about it as like an X and Y axis. On one axis is really the evolutionary, the framework itself, like how AI is something. And I think about this as like a solution can be either no AI powered, definitely not good, don't go down that route. It can be incremental, like, hey, is this the same thing I'm doing today, just as a feature that gives me something that's AI powered capability. The second one can be evolutionary. Might be like, hey, instead of like reviewing my notes, it auto-generates my QBR notes for me and helps modify my customer journey. That's cool. Revolutionary might be, you know what, I actually just have it review all of our meetings notes and it just does all the things for us. That's another way. And the final stage of AI-ness is an entirely reimagined thing. That is a scenario of the meteor knocking out an entire thing and the mammals come out and they take over. And eventually they wind up on stage talking about robotic Godzillas. Like that's a sort of evolutionary path you can go down. So like that's essentially, that's one path of how AI-like something is. The second axis I use is the visibility and impact of the AI solution. And the scale that I'm looking at there is where does it show up? And by where does it show up, I mean, does it show up internal to us? Does it show up external to our customers? And customers could be internal organizations. Maybe it's between customer success and sales, right? So we use within customer success, show up with sales. That falls a little bit further in the external bucket. Is it a systems thing? Is it a process? Is it impacting tools? Is it impacting how we do an activity? Is it a customer interaction? Or are we talking about impact where something is full-on agency, referring to, obviously, agentic frameworks that would be customer-oriented. And these are frameworks that I use to talk about this. And one thing that I encourage you to very strongly do is think about having a framework for how you think about AI as a customer success leader. Because the evolutionary path I described is being disrupted in real time. You hear a little bit about it today. Have a framework. Experiment. And the other thing I'd say is every time you get a savings from one of these solutions, reinvest it in accelerating the evolution down a different path. Be bold. That's another key element that I say. A lot of these things sound like they're difficult, or do we have the right people, the right skills, the right timelines? Does it fit within our security framework? Work through those details to get them done. and also go customer facing. This one's a little bit scary because it is easy to experiment with something in-house. It is very difficult to experiment with something externally. But one of the benefits of being at SaaStr is I get the opportunity to talk to companies that are earlier stage. You're not worried about a multi-billion-dollar sort of solution. You want something they can do that is customer-facing. Now, that doesn't mean large organizations cannot do customer-facing AI. My teams do customer-facing AI solutions, as do others you'll hear about today. But one advantage of companies who attend SaaStr, which tend to skew a little bit earlier stage, is you have the ability to do this when other people might hesitate, and that's how you evolve to take down the Godzilla. And that's basically one thing I encourage you to do. Now, these stacks are coming with new tools, new activities, take advantage of all those pieces. But also, as you evolve, think about like the purpose, right? Why do we join early stage companies? I joined early stage companies at Series A and earlier. I joined them for the learning experience, but I joined them because at that point in my career, I was the bacterium, right? Single cell person, don't really know what I'm doing, but I took the time to learn at events like this, learn from my peers, evolve the motions of the thing we're in, evolve them to take down the Godzillas of your marketplace. And that's the opportunity you all have as CS leaders. And this is not hypothetical fictions. You'll hear about all these things during the course of today. You hear about them right after I'm done speaking, in fact. And you hear about it the rest of the afternoon from customer success leaders. So thank you all for your attention. Thank you for walking through it. And I'll pass the mic back to John.
Wow, that was absolutely fantastic. And Abbas is so right. The pace of innovation that's happening right now is incredible. When you think about, just how fast the models are evolving, every 6 months, when you think about the underlying technology, the chips, getting 30x better year over year, this is happening before our very eyes. It's going to be the biggest technology shift many of us have ever seen. But for our next presentation, we've got some incredible data lined up. And I am very proud to welcome my two friends, Salini Kapoor and Ashwin Vaidyanathan, to the stage from LinkedIn. If you know Ashwin wrote the book on customer success. And Salini is armed with all of the data that LinkedIn has. So I'm going to hand it over to them, and they are going to take the torch from here. All right, so everybody, round of applause for Salini and Ashwin.
Thank you, John. Can you hear us okay? Okay, cool. Thanks. If you could see blush on this skin tone, you could have seen that I was blushing, but thank you, John. You're very kind. Amazing. So, loved the presentation from Abbas about like the what behind what is going on in the world of AI and how is that going to change the world of CS. I'll try to get into Saloni, and I'll try to get into the how, perhaps, and how CS leaders can start thinking and planning, if not already, about the next few months. I cannot commit to years at this point. So the first realization as we've gone through evolution at LinkedIn is the idea that CS and AI is not one monolith. It's actually three different things. And you should all think about AI in the world of CS as three different things. Number one is, what is efficiency and effectiveness? Like, how can we use AI to do our jobs better in a more productive way, which is something that is the general talk track for AI in this world. Number two, it also means the evolution of skills for your CSMs and for support reps and for services reps, right? Like, what should they be able to do in terms of AI fluency? And then part three is, your companies are launching AI features, or your company itself is AI first or AI native. How do you make sure that the adoption of those AI functionality is actually adopted by your customers? All three things go into what AI actually means in this new world that we all live in. So let's start with the first one, which is AI for efficiency and effectiveness. I'll try to get into specifics of what we are trying at LinkedIn, what is working, what is not. And I'm sure there are lots of intelligent folks who have tried different things in their companies. So the first thing that we started doing was, like there's tons that AI can do. Where should we point this mini Godzilla in Abbas's speak? Right? Like what should we have them do? The fireball that was coming, where should we point that fireball? So we looked at this 2x2 of one is, what is the actual task that a person in post-sales CSM support, what do they do with customers? And what is the value of that activity? And then the other axis is how automatable or AI-able is that activity? And so if it is a low value activity, meaning the customer really doesn't care about, an example is, how well do you prep for a customer meeting? It takes a ton of energy for a lot of people to get into customer meetings. It's not something a customer cares about. They do care about what you speak in the meeting, but how you prep for it is not something they care about. That is a low value from a customer standpoint and actually highly automatable, and that is an area that you can potentially prioritize. That is an example of that. The second, you start preparing slides for your QBRs or any of those types of activities. Takes forever to actually put those together, clean up, etc. The customer doesn't care about pretty slides, and they care about the content, but they don't care about how long it took for you to put that together. Again, highly automatable and where you focus your energies. That's one way to start thinking about, of the 100 things you could start using AI for, where can you actually start doing it? So a couple of examples of what we started putting energy in over the last year and a half. The first one, this is this idea of preparing for a customer meeting. You've got product usage information, you've got notes from your last meetings in your CRM or your customer success platforms or Word docs, wherever you store them. You've got information, 10K reports that are publicly available. You've got information on sites like LinkedIn and other places about what your customers are actually doing. We use generative AI to basically collate all that information and spit out a 2-page customer dossier. Read this before you go into a customer meeting, and that's all you need to prep for that meeting. Super simple. Eventually, it takes a lot of hallucinations to get over, etc. But this is an area that we said, let's try it out. And that has saved close to an hour per week per customer per CSM for us, which you add up over the number of customers that LinkedIn works with, it adds up to a lot of hours. So this is an example of where we started pointing the laser of AI and getting through it. Second, super simple. I ask my CSMs for all the successful customers to start producing case studies, right? Like 1-page Word documents. Before a customer meeting, it's near impossible to find the exact case study that I need in order to go into that meeting. Someone smart on the team, that wasn't me, just built a simple conversational AI layer using Clean and/or like Copilot, and just said, show me a customer that is the size of 10,000 to 20,000 employees who had onboarding done super quick. It skimmed through all of it, and it gives you exactly what you need. Again, super simple eventually, but these are areas where the actual value of the activity is not much, but the impact can be pretty high and highly automatable. A third thing that we use Gainsight at LinkedIn, and we use this to store notes, and before meetings, et cetera, it gives me like a quick overview of what happened in the previous meeting, summarizes it, gets information from Gong, syncs to it. All of those highly, highly valued in terms of customer prep time. I wanted to make a plug for Statusfy, which is an AI-first customer success platform, which also helps you identify what your next best action should be, make your customer health scores a lot more actionable, which is something a lot of companies struggle with. And Munish, who's the CEO, is somewhere here too, if you want to go find him after. And then Hyperbound is another one that we are experimenting with at LinkedIn, which is role-playing. Like, I'm upskilling CSMs, asking, in this world of AI, be more human, have tough conversations with customers, enable our CSMs to have some of those objective conversations with our customers. Hyperbound helps me role-play this with an AI bot. So I'm telling the CSM to upskill on 4 things. Hyperbound can actually score whether the CSM is upskilled on all 4 things or only 2 out of those 4 things, right? And it's a low-risk environment because they're literally practicing it with a bot, not with a manager, not with a peer. And it allows them to at least get the first ball moving rather than wait and worry about whether they're ready and whether they're ready for a customer meeting, et cetera. So these are examples of where AI and tools can actually make a difference in the near term. Last but not the least, I wanted to call out, this is one that I've seen a lot of companies invest in, is we've got about 100,000 or so customers. We're reaching out to them by email, by in-product interactions, et cetera. How can we use generative AI and large language models to help us be hyper-personalized, and as Yamini called it this morning, hyper-personal for every individual that gets this email. So we pump in all the usage data, all of the information that we have about them in external sources and internal sources, and it creates a one-page call to action for the customer that is highly specific to how long they've been a customer, what do they use and not use, what do other companies like them who use find value in, et cetera, which makes it highly personalized for that particular customer. This has been, again, impactful because we would have otherwise required like 4 or 5 humans to mine through all of that data, create these personalized types of communications, and it's still skill-based at that point in time. It takes that guesswork out of the equation. So these are hopefully examples that inspire you to go back and see where you might start using similar such models. All right, Saloni, you want to walk us through the next section?
Hi, everyone. My name is Saloni Kapoor, and I head up our customer insights team at LinkedIn. So Ashwin talked about how we are seeing AI improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the customer success role at LinkedIn. Over the next segment, I'll speak a little bit more about how we are seeing AI really evolve the role itself and what are the skills trends that we are seeing on the platform. And we'll do this by sharing a couple of research that we've done on the platform using what we call our economic graph. So what you see on the screen, we've got 1 million members, our companies, job seekers, skills, schools data. And when all of these talk to each other, it creates almost 5 million plus data points every minute. And that allows teams like mine, the Insights team, almost a real-time view of the labor market and allows us to look at trends in the workforce. So one trend that we have all been tracking for a while at LinkedIn is the workforce transformation that we are seeing over the years. And by workforce transformation, we particularly look at how our skills needed to do the jobs are changing. So to give you some context, from 2015 to 2020, we saw that the skills needed to do jobs have changed by 25%. When we looked at 2020 to 2025, that number had jumped up to 50%. Large parts, it was driven by the pandemic, the digital transformation that followed. Now, looking from today till 2030, we are predicting that the skills needed to do jobs are going to change by 70%. I'll let that sink in for a second. What we're essentially saying is that the skills needed to any job overall on the platform will change by 70%, which essentially means that even if you're not changing your job is changing on you. And that is something which we were really keen to understand. What does that look like for the customer success role? So to better understand that, we ranked the skills based on skill penetration on the platform in our members and looked at over the last 5 years, what skill groups are really showing a sharp increase in the customer success function on the platform. And what we see here is that in a world where automation is taking on, where AI is getting better, where tools are getting better, where customer success professionals are getting better at using those tools, the skills that are really showing an increase are uniquely human skills, skills that really belong to what humans do really well. The first bucket of these skills were customer-centric skills. So we saw a sharp increase in things like client satisfaction, customer experience, technical support. And what that tells us is that in a world where automation is getting better and better, the CSM's role in understanding the human needs and understanding the customer context is going to be the true differentiator of what the customer success professional will do. It's also showing us that CSMs who really excel in being customer-centric, they are the ones that build trust, they strengthen loyalty, they create partnerships that endure. Overall, it reinforces the fact that empathy and relationships will remain at the center of the role of the CSM. The second area that we looked at was the rise in commercial acumen that customer success professionals are building. We're seeing an increase in skills like B2B, customer retention, sales processes. And that's telling us that while the role of customer success has always been to drive the adoption and utilization of the product, but moreover, they are moving up the ladder and really getting tied to value realization and commercial metrics. They are tied to retention, they are tied to churn, and they are moving up the pyramid. So if you imagine a pyramid where a customer success professional has to drive CSAT, utilization, adoption, we're also seeing them move up the higher order of being connected to really real commercial outcomes and having tied to that business outcomes. The third group that we looked at, although it was slightly smaller compared to the other two, were the people skills. So we saw an increase in presentation skills, presenting in QBRs, value reviews, but also internal teams. We also saw cross-functional collaboration show an increase. And what that's telling us is that as customer success professionals become more commercially minded, more customer-centric, they are bound to be able to have to also use a lot more interpersonal skills. They will be bound to have to influence a lot more, both internally as they work with product teams, technical teams, but also externally where they often manage change with customers. So what does that mean for us from here on? And what should we be focusing on next year? To better understand that idea, we looked at what we call our Skills on the Rise report. Because we are seeing that as AI was starting to come in conversations last year, in this year, 2025, we expect AI to be really mainstream, to be really being scaled across the organization. So we look to understand what are those top 10 skills that we want customer success professionals to be building if they were to become really ready for the AI wave that's about to hit many organizations. And we looked at 3 areas. We looked at what were the skill acquisition trends, which is customer success professionals on our platform, what skills are they adding and building? We then look at hiring success. Those folks who are getting hired into customer success roles, what skills are they adding? And lastly, hiring demand. The jobs that are being posted on customer success functions, what skills are they looking for? The combination of these 3 things led us to these top 10 skills which we recommend and suggest what customer success should be focused on. No surprises, the first one was AI literacy, which is really around how do you really understand and apply the AI technologies. It's not about just building the technically in a large language model, but it's really to understand and use AI. So what that really means is things like prompt engineering, understanding ethical AI, AI change management, understanding insights driven by AI and interpreting those skills. All of that loosely comes under the AI literacy bucket. You may have already heard of this, that it's not AI that will take our job. It is someone who can use AI better than us. And that's probably where AI literacy really falls in place. And it was a big conversation earlier this morning as well that I heard. The other interesting observation you will see is the rise of people skills, the number of people skills that show up in this top 10 list. You see stakeholder management at number 2, innovative thinking at number 5, conflict mitigation, number 7, and adaptability at number 9. And that is, again, giving us clues into how the role should evolve as AI takes on more and more tasks. As machines get better at being machines, we see humans should be focused on things that only uniquely humans do. And that is what the data is telling us as well. So in a future world where a customer is working with a bot and there's a bot failure, we probably want our customer success professional to be agile, to be able to manage that conflict and have the ability to restore trust back. Or if they are looking to work with a customer who is rolling out an AI-first product, how do we have the customer success manager really on point to show them how to do it ethically and in a thoughtful, responsible way? And with data and insights on fingertips now for customer success managers, how do we ensure they use their adaptability, their resilience, their innovation to really tell the right stories and move up the value chain and tell the right stories overall? So that's a little glimpse on how we're seeing the role evolve based on our data and trends. And I'm going to pass it back to Ashwin to bring us home.
Thank you, Saloni. So we learned about what effectiveness and efficiency for CSMs can be in the world of AI. We spoke a little bit about what skills of the future can actually look like in the world of AI. The final thing is for adoption and value realization from your features, AI and AI features in your products, what does CSM's job actually look like in the future? And how is it different from what we are used to in the world of SaaS? So I wanted to, this is not comprehensive, but at least like as I was talking to customers, as I was seeing my CSMs in action, promoting our AI features, 3 things stood out for me. The first one is this idea of user perception, right? Like it went from productivity concerns to now almost like, is AI going to take my job? So if you are a user of any of your customers, of your products at your customer, you are going to first come from a point of, and many people, many of your users are going to start from a point of, I'm going to reject this or like entire new process because eventually it's going to eat my job, right? Like, and so you have to not only get over the change management of your product and the education of your product, but also this inherent fear at each one of your users. This could be a point in time and people could get over this change hump over the next X months, years perhaps, but it is very relevant in the times that we are living in. The second one is knowledge requirements. In order to use any agent, any AI feature, you need to have a basic level of AI fluency. If you're selling into an engineer, a developer, a product manager, they are highly technical, sophisticated people. If you're selling into a farmer, if you're selling into a recruiter for that matter, which LinkedIn does, they're not AI experts. They don't know how to ask a question of prompts. All they know is like, you know, ChatGPT, how do I plan my next vacation? Which isn't enough for us to get to the next level and get value from these agents. And so part of the question I'm asking myself is the CSM's job in the future also to train our users on how to be better prompters, how to be more fluent? Or is it the customer's job to make sure their employees get better? Or is it both, right? Like, we'll have to go through some of this up and down over the next few months to figure this out. But this is a second big area which wasn't as relevant in the SaaS world, which is very relevant in the AI world. And then the third point is the idea of governance. There are a lot of questions about compliance. Like, are you using my data to train your models? Are you sharing my secret sauce of what the best recruiter uses or the best farmer does with other people who I compete with? Those are the types of questions that our CSMs have to now answer, which they didn't have to in the pre-AI world. So these are at least 3 big things that, as you think about the new world of AI and what CSM should do in the future, these are real things that they are going to get challenged with, if not already. And how do you bake in the right capacity? How do you enable them to be able to have those conversations is a big part of what the future will look like. Cool. All right. I will sum it up in these 4 big takeaways. The first one is, as I said, CSM and AI is transforming it in 3 ways. How do you get better reach and effectiveness and efficiency? Second is, how do you get more fluency within your team and upskill your team? And then the third is, how do you enable your team to be able to take your products and AI functionality to your customers and get them to adopt it. Part 2 is high value, focus on high value CSM activities and figure out what you can automate in the world of AI. Your CSM skill requirements are changing very quickly, and Saloni covered several of those. In addition to being better equipped on AI fluency, the people skills are going to be more important than ever. How you ask questions are going to be more important than ever for your CSMs. And then last but not the least, think about these areas where AI adoption is very different than SaaS adoption, and how are you baking that into your jobs to be done by your frontline teams. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Wow, wasn't that fantastic? Everybody, give Ashwin and Saloni a round of applause. Saloni said something that I thought was really impactful. Even if you're not changing jobs, your job is changing. And I think one of the reasons I love coming to SaaStr every single year is it's a collection of people who love learning, who love improving on their skills and getting better and better. And I think that's the key to career success. So who's having a good time so far? All right. Well, if you're having a good time, there's somebody else that we should thank here. OnRamp is one of the sponsors of this event right now. And they provided the food. They've been a great partner to us over the years. So I missed it in my opening remarks, but I really want to give a big thank you to OnRamp right now. So round of applause for OnRamp. All right. And where is Sarah? We're waiting on our final guest here. There we go. Everybody, I would love to welcome to the stage my new friend, Sarah Acton. Sarah has had an incredible career that spanned marketing, sales. She is now Bill.com's newest CCO. Everybody, welcome Sarah Acton to the stage.
I am thrilled to be here. Everybody hear me okay? Got a thumbs up? All right. So I am super excited to have an opportunity to talk about some of the work that we've been doing at Bill. And before I get started, we're going to do a little trivia, if everybody's game. Okay. Does anybody know what year the original Fortune 500 list was published? Any guesses? I got a lot of no shaking heads. Okay. Close. 1923. A couple years later, 1955, 70 years ago, the original Fortune 500 list was published. Okay, last one. What percentage of the companies on that original list are still on the list? Any guesses? 4, 2, 5, 0? 10%. 10% of the original Fortune 500 companies are still on the list. I have been super fortunate that I had an opportunity to work for one of those. I'll come back to that. But only 10% are still on the list. And one of the things that you see about those companies is there were moments of reinvention that they missed. There were moments, there were opportunities, there were seismic shifts, either internally or externally, that they missed. And that's what I'm going to be talking about today, is reinvention of the customer journey, but in the broader landscape of reinvention in general. And the companies that have achieved that sustained growth over time, it is because they have figured out, they have built a muscle around reinvention. And sometimes we think about product reinvention or a service delivery reinvention. But I would argue that the customer experience, what you guys all do day in and day out, that is really the driver of true reinvention. And that you can't reinvent just the product without reinventing your customer journey. All right. For us at Bill, one of the things that has triggered our reinvention is understanding how our customers are changing and how our business is changing. We serve small and mid-sized businesses and accountants. And These small and mid-sized businesses, SMBs, are notoriously hard to serve because they're fragmented, they're hard to reach. They have the scale of consumer, but sometimes the complexity of enterprise. And as the business is evolving, we're seeing more and more of that. And for us, there are sort of 5 ways that we're thinking about navigating our customer journey reinvention. We're not all the way, spoiler alert, we're not all the way through it, so I don't have all the answers at the end. We're sort of part way through, but hopefully being midway through the journey gives you a little bit of insight in terms of how we're thinking about our reinvention. So one of the things that can sometimes be a false sort of opposites is that you can't have immense pride in your product and service and also feel like you need reinvention. And I would argue that actually oftentimes those two things are together. It is because of the pride in your product and service and knowing that you have more opportunity to serve your customers is one of those triggers for reinvention. Oftentimes, these moments of reinvention can kind of be driven either externally. There can be externalities that drive this reinvention that are a change agent. COVID, great example. Sometimes there can be internal things that are happening in your organization that can be a change agent. Data you're seeing, things about the business that are changing. Perhaps the business was doing really well in a certain area and it started to change. That can be an internal signal of reinvention. One sort of quick story. So I talked about a company that I had the opportunity to work for who's still on the Fortune 500, and that's Coca-Cola. So I joined Coca-Cola a couple years after the company had entered into the water category. For the very first time, company launched Dasani. I joined a couple years after that, and it was amazing to me. There was like this still a feverish argument internally about like heresy. How could we launch water? Like we're a soda company, like we are the best soda company, which was true. And there was a ton of pride in brand Coke and all of the sodas. But what was also true is that customers were changing. And so the company said, we have to meet our customers where they are, meet them with what they're looking to do in terms of consumption, and we want to be part of that journey with them. Another example of an external reality. So this is one of our customers who I love. I've gotten to spend time with one of the co-founders, Dagny Dover. Anybody have a Dagny Dover bag? They're great bags. If you don't have one, and they're amazing humans, but Dagny Dover, they're all about creating bags for people on the go. COVID happened, nobody was going anywhere. So what did they do? They went back to 2 things that are core to who they are. One, their customer community. They went deep into their customer community, figuring out new ways to serve them, new ways to engage with them, and engage with them in ways that met the moment, where people were at that time. The second thing they did is they're very quick with innovation on their products. And so bags on the go, nobody was really going anywhere but the grocery store. And what was changing was the way people were using bags, and so enter the fanny pack, where you can put your hand sanitizer. They thrived through COVID, and now they're growing. But had they not seen that moment and really gone back to who they are, they might not be in the same position that they are today. For Bill, there were 3 things that were really signals for us that it was time for reinvention. One, our customers were changing dramatically. Small and mid-sized businesses and even accounting firms, they are very different today than they were even a year, 3, 5 years ago. They have, you guys all know, you're here. You have access to different kinds of technology. The growth cycles are compressed. And so we said, okay, that's one signal. The second signal for us was that the business had changed. So internally, the company's been around for almost 20 years. We started with a point solution of accounts payable, but now we have a platform. We have accounts payable and credit and other ways that we can serve our customers, and so that had changed, and the way we needed to serve them had to change. And the third thing was that the environment changed. You know, everybody has been spending, you know, all day, the last couple of days, talking about how AI and the accessibility of AI is dramatically changing businesses from the smallest to the largest. And that moment of signal from an external reality was our third signal that said, okay, now's the time for us to really begin this customer journey reinvention. So the second thing, the second approach that we took was really saying, how should we think about our customer ecosystem? And I use the word ecosystem very purposefully versus just journey. And the reason is that the word ecosystem denotes and connotes a living, thriving organism. And as customers are engaging with your products and services, it is very much organic. There are feedback loops. There are signals that you get. And so internally, we cast a wide lens over all the parts that touch our customers. Because we knew if we said, okay, we're going to do this over here in customer support, or we're going to do this over here in go-to-market, we wouldn't really solve what we were trying to solve for the customer. So we put them at the center, created this ecosystem, and really looked at it through their lens. The second thing, on the prior slide, I talked about how our business was changing, how we had moved from a single product to a multi-product platform. The other thing that was very intentional was creating this as a loop. Because we knew in order to capture the opportunity ahead, serve our customers the way that we wanted to, we had to think about this as a cycle. And that customers are going to go through this cycle multiple times, buying new products and services as they grow, maybe growing out of some products, growing into other products. And so we wanted to make sure that this reflected both what we were seeing from our customers, but also what we knew was our strategic opportunity as a business. Okay, hold the baby. So we all know the saying, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. But it is such a common saying because it so captures what can often happen. You can often look at a process or a team or a part of the business and say, oh, it's not working, and get rid of all of it. In some ways, that's easier. It's cheating. But really what you want to do is deeply understand what part of that do you need to hang on to. What part of that is working, that you're proud of, that your customers find value in, and hang on to it tightly. Because as you go through reinvention, sometimes there can be energy to just start over, just burn it down. But then you're throwing out years or decades of growth and impact that you could bring forward to your customers. And so I would encourage all of you, if you're in moments, which I think a lot of people are these days, are in moments of thinking about reinventing your customer ecosystem, your customer journey, deeply understand what are those things for you, for your business, that you want to make sure that you hang on to in your process of reinvention. And the other thing that we spent a lot of time thinking about was what really needed to be true in order for us to embark on a reinvention. Because it is costly. There are risks. Obviously, there's upside, or we wouldn't do it. But there's also risk. And so we said, okay, what are the things that need to be true? The first, and I talk a lot about this at the company, is understanding and looking for readiness signals. How many of you have been thinking about, oh, I might need to reorg a team. I might need to make this change. Lo and behold, to have somebody from that team or somebody come to you and say, you know, this thing isn't working. This thing, and that's a readiness signal. That is people who are in the system giving you a readiness signal that something needs to change. And sometimes those readiness signals can be business performance. Sometimes they can be things related to people or teams, but understanding your readiness signals and being really clear about what they are for your business is step one. Step two, understanding the levers of your business. So this reinvention, reimagination, it isn't without risk. any big, bold move inherently has risk. But one of the ways you can mitigate that risk is by understanding deeply the levers of your business. Because what you want to watch for is, as you're going through the reinvention, are any of those levers reacting in a way that is counter to what you're trying to achieve? But you've got to understand what the levers of your business are in order to plan for a successful reinvention. Third is message discipline. Not just because I started my career as a communicator, but I believe so much of any big change is really about discipline in the message. You as communicators to your teams or other folks, you will get tired of your message long before anybody else does. And so part of our jobs when we're going through these moments is to be very disciplined about why we're doing something, how we're doing it, and repeat it over and over again. And the last one is trust. I am using this in two ways, both internally. Part of what any reinvention requires is internal alignment and trust that what we're going towards on the other side is better than where we are today. You have to have that trust from your team internally to be able to execute and stay focused. Because inevitably, it will go sideways. It always does. There's always something that goes sideways. And it is that trust, it is that shared understanding that will bring you back. And then the other component of this trust is your customers. For us, as we're thinking about reinventing our customer journey, we've got to bring customers along with us. We've got to explain to them why we're changing levels of service, why we're bringing together the customer success organization so they have one point of contact, why we're doing any of the things that we're doing, because that transparency and that clarity builds trust. Stay humble lest you be humbled. I am humbled all the time. I am humbled every time, pretty much, I talk to a customer in some way or another. I am humbled by their passion, by their insight, by their focus, by their trust in us. And I think that as you talk about, really being customer obsessed, there are three things that I think are critical components to that. One is curiosity, being deeply curious about who your customers are, who your stakeholders are, what is driving their why as you go through any big change. Second, you have to have the ambition to know that there is a better opportunity on the other side. The ambition to believe that we have an opportunity to better serve customers, better drive the business, whatever that is, but you have to be ambitious. And the third, which I already talked about, is humility. You'll get it wrong. We have. We made a change in this transformation, and I will tell you that because we had feedback loops, we figured out that we'd made the wrong move and quickly and fixed it. But you have to have the humility to know that sometimes you're not always going to make all the right steps because you'll never have perfect information, and that's part of the game. Okay. And last but not least, all of this really is a journey. It is a journey in understanding both the hard truths about what happens when you go through reinvention. I talked about it's costly, it can be risky. It's also, it ebbs and flows. I'm sure lots of you have gone through big changes, and there's a ton of conviction at the beginning, and then it gets hard. And people are like, oh, wait, maybe we shouldn't do this. This is a bad idea. And then you're like, no, it's a good idea because we're going to go. There are ups and downs. And so you have to have, going back to those readiness signals, going back to your why, going back to the levers of the business, all of those are, and the trust, all of those are critical to be able to see you through the journey. The other thing I would say is for leaders, oftentimes your leadership style has to evolve. As I'm navigating my team through a reinvention, I have to make sure that as a leader, I am showing up with conviction, I am thinking horizontally across the org, but I'm also making sure that I am listening to my team, that I am trusting my team and their insights, and that you don't want to get blinded to that in the process. And the last thing I would say is any of these big sort of swings of reinvention, we all know, but it is careless to go on gut, but you will also never have perfect information. There will never come a time when you know everything you need to, and frankly, if you do, you've waited too long. But there's also this other side of if you go too fast, if you just kind of do things based on gut and instinct, you will inevitably make or have challenges along the way, and potentially even not make it through your reinvention. So hopefully, if I've done nothing else, I have given you a couple of nuggets to inspire you through your own journey of reinvention, whether that happens this month, this year, next year. It is definitely one of the things that I have been most proud to be able to do at Bill. And as I said, I'm not done yet. I'm about halfway through. So I'll come back and let you know, like, when I get to the other end. And then when I get to the other end, there'll be something else. We all know that's how this works. But I just wanted to say thank you. And I hope that you guys will go out and use some of these insights to spark your own journey of reinvention. Thank you.
Wow, I thought that was very, very special. I've been listening for the past, I guess, 48 hours now from all these great leaders out there. And I think the through line that I've taken away is all of us are going through this incredible amount of change right now. But if we keep the customer in the center of that change, we're going to be okay. We've got to constantly reinvent what it means to be customer success. Sometimes I think we get rather dogmatic in the how or the process of customer success. And we've got to remember that on the other side of that, there is a customer. And if we do right by that customer, good things will happen. All right, so I want to go really, really deep. And what I want to do is I want to bring all of the speakers back up to the stage. We're going to end the day with some Q&A. So all of those things that you'd like to go a little bit deeper on, line up your questions, and we can take it home. We can go for the rest of the day. We can go all night if we want. Last year we had a lineup out the door of questions, so let's do the same thing again this year. All right, so we got all the speakers. We ready to go, Janan? We got some of them? And we can pull in people as we go too. So why don't we do this? Janan, you come on up. Sarah, you come on up. Abbas, you come on up. We need... Well, let's get down to business. All right, we'll get down to business. I feel like between the four of us, we can cover all of the angles of customer success.
You try.
We could try.
Or more.
Or more. Might not be the right answers, but we can certainly give answers. And then, Monica, you got to take my spot. Nobody wants to hear from me. Everybody wants to hear from you. Come on up. All right, so here we go.
Testing.
Who's going to be the first to ask? Step up to the mic. Come on, let's go.
Hey, just fair warning, John. As you ask me questions, sometimes I hallucinate an answer.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Donna Weber. Thank you all for your amazing content. So I really appreciate what Saloni and Ashwin were sharing about we really need to upskill and be more personal and be more strategic when dealing with customers, but how are we going to do that? I see that as a real gap. My experience when I'm working with companies is that the CSMs tend to revert to being tactical and reactive, and I see that there's a huge need for our whole industry to upskill to be more strategic business advisors, and like how are we going to get trained and take the leading edge on that?
I'll take the first pass at that. So to me, like skilling is, in general, is like exercise. You got to put in the work, right? So you got to go to the gym. You got to have a routine. You need a pattern to follow. And I think the patterns are still new and evolving, so we learn from each other. It's specifically around AI skilling, for example. One of the things that I encourage my team to do, and we do at GitHub in general, is talk about things like how do we use AI in our regular day-to-day work. So you want to have a practice that you encourage people to do the things. And I think about this, actually I think we did a conversation yesterday at dinner, so I'm like being thrown right back into yesterday. You work bottoms up to encourage a team to experiment, to learn, create an environment and space where they have the ability to do that. And then the things that work, you formalize and you make them top-down standards. And what that does allows you to take the best ideas across teams, regions, geos, functions, and then structure them back down. And in the top-down mode is where you provide the formalized education. Here's what you do. Here's a tool you use. Here's the prompts. Here's the toolkit. And that sort of provides this mechanism where you create an environment where upskilling is important. I 100% agree. It is absolutely critical. So if you're a leader who's not creating the space, you are failing. If you're an individual who's not willing to put in the work, you are failing. If you're an organization that's not willing to encourage the work to grow and build the skills and the latest technologies, you are failing. So I may or may not have a strong opinion on that.
Yeah, I'd add that we're very lucky to be in a very unique opportunity right now where you can almost use the excuse of like, things are so new that you can actually lean into the consultative approach a lot more. I think if you look at the last 20 years of SaaS, we had an initially kind of uninformed buyer. What is this? What is SaaS? What products do I need? Then we evolved into a very informed buyer. I'm buying specific software to do specific things. We're moving back into kind of an uninformed buyer phase with AI. And so now, when they are buying our products, they're actually looking for us to give them the point of view of what to do and what problems can it solve. They're not just buying the product, they're buying the expertise. So I think that actually positions customer success in a really strong place, kind of the essence of customer success, which is like product specificity aside, like what are your goals, leaning into that discovery, that curiosity, and creating that roadmap for the customer, because they're not coming in with that opinion necessarily. Nobody is. So we can provide that opinion.
I can come to you with the microphone too. All right.
Hi there, Laura Ramos with Forrester Research. Thank you for your presentations today. My question is around AI. What are you seeing? Like, let's get real practical for a second. What are you seeing as the top 1 or 2 use cases in the post-sale for AI today? What's working?
Well, so Intercom sells an AI customer service product, so I'll start and plug our product a little bit, but try not to do it too much. So we provide an AI agent for customer service, and so what that does is it automatically resolves customer conversations and support tickets and things like that, freeing up time for the human agents to do more. And so what we've seen is actually not in the sense of layoffs where like everybody kind of talks about this like doom and gloom. It's actually people are moving into higher value roles, moving into customer success, product, knowledge management, things like that. So that's like one area. I think that's like probably the most impactful thing. And I think maybe I'll take that the next step, which is by having an AI agent for customer service that frees up support agents' time, they actually can go and do more things, like be more proactive. And that actually changes the evolution around how do you think about scale CSM if you have a scale CSM team that is largely reactive, taking on kind of inbound from like the broader customer base, like maybe they should be doing something different too, and as support pushes up into that too.
I would agree. I think, so at Bill, I look after all of go-to-market and customer support. And I think the use case, if I up-level it, the use case across all is where the metric that is the most valuable to the business, the lever that's the most valuable to the business. So in CXO, it's, how can we decrease average handle time to be able to get those agents being able to get answers to customers faster. If it's in the sales organization, it is customer-facing time. How do we make sure that they are spending the majority of their day in front of customers? And so whether it is, post-call notes that use AI to go directly into Salesforce, or on the customer experience side, being able to do log summaries that get shared with other teams internally, that's been the area that we've focused, and then tailor it based on the individual sort of team or flow.
So I guess I'll precede my remarks by saying not approved for use in a Forrester wave. Am I allowed to do that? I guess just totally joking, of course. But I think a lot of there's some really great examples and case studies from across various teams. I'll make a plug for Vanessa's session, which was running in parallel to ours here, which talked about specific prompts and case studies and use cases. I'd encourage a rewatch of that. And then, if you think about the primary use cases where these technologies are very powerful and very strong and reliable, it's going to be in a lot of still generative cases. So if you're trying to do things like generate plans for a customer, a success plan, a QBR deck, those sorts of things are really important. If you're building slides where you want a giant Godzilla eating a drumstick with 10% written on it, those sorts of very specific, generation use cases can be significant boosts of time. If you think about, to your point of what is the most important thing that you can be doing, it is going to be the human part, interacting with your customers and reeling it. How much prep work goes into those high-value conversations? A value realization, a planning, an onboarding conversation. There's a ton of background work. Pull the data, generate the reports, put it all together. And those are the cases. Those are all going to be use cases where that work can be significantly improved in quality, consistency, and just straight up velocity by directing the AI technologies in that form.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for all your talks. I really enjoyed them. My name's Fiona Triarca. I'm customer and co-founder at HeatSeeker. I think we've heard a lot about AI use cases, and it's been really interesting to see how each of you are implementing it. I'm really interested in what each of you have stopped in customer success now that you're using AI. What have you cut out from the old school?
Just to rephrase, what have we stopped in customer success because of AI?
Exactly. What are you not doing anymore?
Yeah, I can take this one. Very practically speaking, I think we've tried to inject AI in tasks and admin things as much as possible. And so some of the early wins there are meetings being recorded through Gong. A lot of our contextual knowledge is obviously stored in Notion. And so I'm actually taking a stance that I don't want my team to be taking meeting notes during the meeting. I don't want my team to necessarily be logging notes anywhere. Part of that is because we are leveraging AI to allow us to stay really, really focused on the customer, really engaged in the customer conversation. And that started with admin. I think that's the lowest hanging fruit, right? Where are you kind of just transcribing? In exchange, we're expecting the CS team to be really hyper-focused in those calls, asking really good questions. You can ask the 5 whys. You can go 10 levels deep because you can just focus on the moment. So I think that's probably the most obvious one is we've stopped some of the admin pieces. And then once that becomes your baseline, then it becomes your institutional knowledge. And so because all of our meetings are captured and transcribed, then that becomes the follow-up email, that becomes the meeting notes, that gets saved into our knowledge base, and it's the historical record of everything with the customer that has been just automatically saved, and then we can stitch it together later. So that feeds into more value-added workflows like creating customer briefs, creating one-pagers. All of that is pulling from the historical record that has already been automated. So they're able to spend less time on those things.
Honestly, I think my answer is almost the exact same as Monica's. It starts with the admin. You shouldn't be taking notes anymore. You shouldn't be logging things into a CSP. You shouldn't. actually, one simple thing is like you should be able to use AI search to kind of find the information that you need versus asking a question in a Slack channel. I think one other thing I would add though is, honestly, if I'm being honest, it's not 100% of the team has said, hey, we don't do those things anymore. There are still some people that take notes. There are still some people that will manually do these things. And I think that is actually the hardest thing to crack, is like the personal transformation of changing like your intuition of what you do every single day. That has been a journey for us.
I think that's such a good point, because I think one of the things that as leaders, one of the things that we can signal is where like cultural currency in the organization, where we're going to point that cultural currency. And so you can, one of the things that we've been doing is, when we're in the middle of trying to drive change, and humans are they're hard to drive change, like take that cultural currency and point it at it. It will be an accelerant to whatever change you're trying to drive. So reward that behavior, highlight that behavior, celebrate that behavior, because the faster you can get through that wave, the faster you can get on the other side of doing the next transformation or the next adoption of new technology. And so I think a lot about how to accelerate through change in service of that.
I guess I didn't answer that question in terms of stopping what to do. So one thing we've stopped doing is we've stopped hoarding knowledge. So a lot of these tools are really, the more knowledge you have written down that you can include and have them part of the pipeline, the better they get. And so by stopping that by writing more things down, publishing them more openly, directing the tools there, the systems just get better and better and better and better, to the point where you move from a world where you question the need for search, to your point, right? Like you just ask questions. You don't like search for things and then like scroll through a bunch of links, click through and figure out what to do. And the classic example in terms of what I do in my personal life and what I see more and more people doing is, you don't start with Google. I start with ChatGPT search or Perplexity because it gets me to an answer. I'm not looking for a series of links. I'm looking for an answer to a question. And so I think that one of the things that's really important is to stop holding knowledge inside various pockets and silos and really releasing them into the systems, and they just get exponentially better when you do.
Hi, my name is Matt. I manage both the product team and the customer success team at SaaStr. We basically build software for automating advertising campaigns on Amazon, Walmart, and so on and so forth. I have two questions. The first question is, from the productivity gain-wise, how much, like percentage-wise maybe, how much productivity gain do you see in your customer success org in terms of, like, say, book of business ARR per CSM? Is there a meaningful gain in that, or do you have a goal organizationally? Let's say in 2025, I need to increase the productivity per CSM by a certain percentage. Question two that I have is, so this is maybe a little bit more specific. So we provide both SaaS solutions and fully managed services to customers. So what we're seeing is that there's increasing the kind of line between these two are being very much merged due to now larger language models and AI can do a lot of things that a human can do, and then the software can now do in, let's say, just 2 years ago. So do you see the trend happening in your software or services providings, and how do you think about, from that perspective in the future, will there just be, let's just call it all services, right? Software as a service or service as software. The lines being basically, there's not going to be a line between the two anymore in the future. Thank you.
I can take the first question. You're a product guy, so I would say the CS ratio or efficiency or capacity question actually ties a lot to the product. I would say both on the product complexity and also how much the product is doing the heavy lifting on things like customer onboarding and customer adoption. I think really early days in a product where you still maybe don't have product market fit or you don't have a lot of repeatable processes, a lot of times you have a CSM who is filling those gaps. They are doing the product education. They're trying to find the repeatable actions in the product. They're trying to take the customer through their first 7 days, 14 days, 30 days. As the product maybe gets better in doing those things, then you can continue to make the CSMs a little bit more efficient. They can take on more accounts over time. And so what that looked like at Notion, for example, is doing things like building packaged solutions ready to go in the product, or building templates, right? So that the initial aha moment, the initial success factors are much faster, they're productized, they're made much more efficient. The CSM can focus on other things. So there's a world where your CSM has 10 customers because these things are really hard and manual. There's a world where you can scale that for the CSM to have 100 customers. So it just depends. I would say product complexity is also a second factor. How complex is the product naturally, and how much expertise do you need supporting that? And then now with AI, right, there's a lot more AI support. There's a lot more automation that also can increase the efficiency factors. So we're seeing worlds where the CS capacity is expanding. The thresholds, even on ARR, are getting higher because it's very tech supported. But it's all part of a maturity journey. I would say there's no magic number.
I'll share a couple of examples. So this is more on the professional services side. It was hard to kind of force the professional services team to sit down and say, okay, like how do you actually go through your entire journey and like make this more efficient? And so they actually sat down and did that, and they found a solution where they were able to use AI to reduce the amount of time spent in a data migration engagement by 10%. And so that's like one small kind of very tactical example. Another example is we use a tool to where you upload a video and then it turned it automatically into a help article, and with GIFs and like the right sections and all of that. And that was in the minute, like from having never used the tool to being able to spit that out in 20 minutes. But then from the CSM perspective, right now we're in growth mode, and so we're not really thinking about how do we expand the size of the books and cover more with the existing team that we have. We're actually trying to push deeper. So we're not going to increase the book size, but you need to go way deeper with your customers. You need to take them way further on their journey, get them faster to value. Because I think we're still so early in a lot of the transformation that our customers have to go through, and there's still so much more we could do with them, that it's less about efficiency right now, it's more about effectiveness.
I'm going to answer a slightly different way. So when I think about productivity measurement for my team, and I don't think we got into details when I was talking, I cover all of the customer success teams at GitHub. So that's CSMs, professional services, support, all the things that are post-sale. So when I think about productivity for my team, what I'm actually looking for is the current efficiency and the delta in efficiency year over year, quarter over quarter. And the way I measure that efficiency is not utilizing ratios of CSMs or covered or anything like that. It's actually straight financial math from the CFO level. I look at the full cost of what my teams cost by function. That's people cost, technology cost, all the things, right? Swag, all of that's included in that number, right? And then I take that number and say, okay, that number divided by the revenue that is actually responsible within that organization. That ultimately is a number that I shared earlier today, right? The 10% that I talked about last year, the 7% is a target yesterday. Using that math directly, my expectation is that over the last 12 months, what good looks like for a customer success, big CS, like all the things, is that the teams have to be 30% better for them to be considered at the right level as they are today. And if you're world class, that number has gotten even sharper. So if someone came to me today and said, hey, I cover more revenue today than I did last year at a lower cost, and it's not impacting my leading indicators, the health of my customers, CSAT, NPS, adoption measures, all the things. So if the leading indicators are the same, I expect that that it's at least 30% improvement in the last 12 months is what I would say is a good standard. And I don't know what the floor of that number is. Things are moving pretty quickly, but that's where things stand today. So 30% is the improvement number that I'd put out.
They all answered your questions really well, so I don't have that much to add, other than I will just say, I think a similar, different parts of the business, there are different things that we're trying to drive. Sometimes it's efficiency because the business is ready for that. Sometimes it's going deeper and driving effectiveness. And so we really try and look at what is the, from a strategy perspective, what is the rate limiting factor of any part of the business, and deploy resources against that to drive that outcome. And I agree. I think one of the things that we continue to ask ourselves is, oh, we got to 20%. Well, why can't we get to 30? Like continuing to ask yourself what that edge is as the parts of the business mature and grow.
We didn't answer your second question around software as a service, service as software. This is something actually we think a lot about at Intercom because Finn, our AI agent, does deliver basically the outcome that the customer is looking for, which is handle the support question that comes through. It's one of those things where if you kind of zoom out, this has always been kind of at the crux of what customer success has been about, which is how do you deliver the outcome for the customer that they're looking to achieve. But I don't think you necessarily can force it with any product, right? Like, unless your product is specifically geared towards delivering, like, you can like measure down to like that unit of outcome that customer is trying to achieve, then it makes complete sense. Otherwise, you still have to rethink about like what is the easiest way for you to get to that value for your customer, and it might be still very much like you need to kind of help them use the UX inside your product. For us with an AI agent, there's not really much of a UX. You just turn it on and it kind of handles it. But like that doesn't apply to every single product.
Hi, Jan Young. I'm the founder of Step Up Exchange. I help CS leaders step up as business leaders and transform their companies. So my question is, how is AI impacting what you do as CS leaders? Is it changing your customer intelligence? Is it changing how you are structuring your teams, how you're thinking about CS and your function in the company?
So when I was listening to your presentation around the 10% and then the 7%, I was thinking about that. I actually did the calculation on my phone around kind of like the, basically kind of like cost to revenue for my org. And it validated a lot of things in that, like, we've done a good amount of hiring this year to kind of get our teams to the point where we can deliver depth. But like very much as I think about the next year after that, my goal is to not hire anybody else and like to continue to kind of drive that scale using technology. And so, you know, I had a conversation with my boss yesterday, and she was asking me like, how much more headcount do you need? And like my first inclination was like, I don't want any more headcount. Like when I think about the future for this organization, it would be a huge win, which is so different than the way we've used to always think about these things. But it would be just an amazing win if I could go into the next year and the year after that at a completely flat headcount structure.
I would just, and maybe I'm answering your question slightly differently, but I think one of our biggest responsibilities as leaders when there is a seismic shift like this is to help keep teams focused on the outcomes that we're trying to drive as an organization. And so even if I think about like, you know, there's a world where you go to your teams and we're not getting any headcount, and it would be like a revolt, right? Like there's a world where people are like, wait, what? And then our job is to help them see the path and to help be change agents. And so I think for me, you know, I've spent a lot of my time trying to deeply understand where I feel like rates of change are slowing and how I can lean in, because we only have finite hours in the day, how I can lean in to help be an accelerant for that change. And that's been very, very top of mind. And I'm not sure that that's going to change in the near future.
Yeah. The way I think about it as a leader, I think about AI in two ways, like the internal way that I think about it for my team, and then like customer-facing way. On the internal way, kind of to a boss's point, we utilize a bunch of AI tools. A lot of them are in Notion. And context is what makes AI powerful. Like, it's all about the context. It's all about the information going in. Of course, like more open source models like ChatGPT, they'll access the web, but the ones that are primarily built for internal reasons are only as strong as the context and the knowledge base that it's based off of. So we're encouraging all of our teams internally to make that context very good. So when you are in the customer call, because you don't have to take notes, you're going to ask 5 really great discovery questions. And we're going to get the firsthand account of the deep information that we actually need from our customers, because that's the context that all of our AI is operating off of. So we're expecting all of the inputs to be very, very high quality, to come from voice of the customer, to come from really good discovery, knowing that it's going to come back around through our AI outputs. So that's on the internal side. On the customer-facing side, all of our customers are under a lot of pressure to adopt AI, and there's a big FOMO factor around AI. They're getting pressure from the board, figure out how to use AI in some way. So our product could be a solution for that. And so the team, I'm expecting the team to reposition themselves as AI strategists. Yes, we're talking about our product, but we're also talking to our customers about, like, how should you be thinking about AI across your whole business? Like, what does the next 5 years look like for you? And I actually had a CSM on my team say, like, hey, is it okay if I don't get introduced as the CSM for this call? Can I get introduced as the AI strategist for this call? And I thought that was so cool. And they're going in with that positioning and able to speak to that. So I think more of that.
If I think about sort of my job as a leader, there's a couple of things that I rely on. One of those is being aware of what's happening in the world around me, just so I can act as a concentration point to bring what I observe to my leaders on my team. And so one very powerful use of AI is I use it to distill down lots more content than I could before. I can only read so much, I can only consume so much information, but if I drop them into Google Notebooks and use like Notebook LLM to like summarize the things, use those for research, share those with my leaders where I find them interesting, that is a very powerful tool to essentially up-level the market knowledge, the expertise knowledge of things like financial intelligence. Like, what is a rule of 40? What is a rule of X? Can you analyze this customer's financial records for me for building that planning? I can do all of that stuff at a way higher pace than I could otherwise. I don't need an army of chiefs of staff to support me to do those things. I can do that work. So it's sort of that element. And then there is the other things that are really important as leaders at any level, which is you want to have time to coach your teams in a structured way for them to get better, whether they're career conversations or feedback things or doing like reviews that are very detailed. Those things are all really important. They can make far better, consistent, more focused, utilizing the input across the work they've done during the course of the year as a leader as well. So that's how I think about it is there is the strategic view, how do I sort of provide more strategic context to my teams, and then operationally, how can I be better at my job and just effectively be able to do more that there's no way I could possibly scale myself to do, but these tools allow me to do so and make it look like I show up like, wow, boss is doing all these things for everyone and is super prepared. And behind the scenes, it turns out that he's just a puppet for a data center full of GPUs. And that's, in fact, how I describe myself now, a puppet full of GPUs.
Hey, my name's Ben, and I'm the CEO of a company called Hyper. We're building voice AI for 911, and we are a Success VP portfolio company. So there are 2 questions I want to ask related to how I'm thinking about customer success in the world of 911. And these may be more specifically relevant to Junan at Intercom, but open to the group. One is, how do you think about outcome-based pricing? And the second is, what are your thoughts on voice AI as kind of a future wave of support?
I'll answer the second one first. I think very bullish on voice AI. Use it personally, but also I think like we are working on it and about to launch it at Intercom for customer service as well. And so like there's just a huge application there. What's great about it is like now you can meet your customer in the exact way that they want to communicate with you, whether it is through chat or whether it is through voice or otherwise. In terms of outcome-based pricing, I touched on this before. What I love about it is the incentives are super aligned in terms of what your company, what your product is driving towards, and what your customer cares about. Like, no longer are you saying, hey, like I'm just trying to drive up, like just log into the product, please. Like, because that's like somewhat removed from the value that the customer is getting. But if you're now saying, hey, how do I help you achieve this outcome? I only get paid when you achieve that outcome. I think that creates this incentive structure across everybody to focus on the most important thing, which is what the customer cares about. So I'm a big fan of it. I do think that it's still fairly early, and so whenever you've got something that's pretty early, people challenge that model. They're not used to it. They don't budget that way. They don't buy that way. They don't renew that way. And so there can be some unpredictability, because if you go and drive amazing outcomes, then they actually end up paying more. Ideally, it actually is great for them because they're getting more too. But it's a little bit of a mindset shift for customers. And so I think we're still somewhat early on that.
Just a real quick comment on outcome-based pricing. As someone who's been doing this for a very long time, every technology shift generation we've had, from like on-premises to cloud to SaaS, every generation has gone through and gone down this path of outcome-based pricing. So I'll say I'm a little cynical on it. I think it lines up orientation very well to customer outcomes, but lack of predictability, and also it's just never succeeded in any prior generation of technology. And so I would say I'm a little skeptical to see. I want it to succeed because it drives a lot of alignment for customer success. But practically speaking, especially as you get to scale, I don't really have a ton of confidence that we'll see that anytime soon.
Do you think that it failed in the past because we weren't able to deliver on the outcomes, or like what's the reason you think it failed?
Oh, this is turning into a philosophy question now. So now it's sorry, everyone else can leave. Jonah and I are talking. So basically, like in general, I think about this as like the problem is the definition of outcomes tends to get like a little squishy, right? Which is like, oh, let's use a really simple example. I'm going to solve these support tickets for you, and you're like, well, you solve the easy ones and not the hard ones, and those tickets came back later. You disagree on the outcome, right? Like, it's really hard to sharpen those things to a point where you can associate a uncapped economic lever with from a buyer perspective. And I think about this from my standpoint. If someone came to me and sold to me a thing, on the surface, I would love outcome-based pricing from any number of vendors. But when we got into details, we would fail to agree on what the definition of the outcome is. And that's where I think things start to fall apart. That's not to say that it won't. I have more faith that we will get to something that is more labor-oriented pricing around like agentic solutions. I think that's a more likely path to succeed, to get kind of in this direction. But this is definitely philosophical. I just don't think we get there yet.
Ooh, I can't wait. We should talk more.
Hi, my name is Holly Goodliff, and I have a question about digital CS, which is what I work on a lot. So I talk to a lot of companies where they're really struggling to make the digital motions and the human motions really fit together well. Much easier said than done, right? So I was wondering if any of you could share some specific examples of how you've brought those motions together really well, or how you've seen it done.
I can start. And I have my digital lead here. If you guys want to chat afterward, you should definitely connect. And he can probably answer this question a lot better than me, but I think it's really like CS 101. We went back to designing the customer journey And we mapped out on the customer journey where are the friction points, where are the hand raiser opportunities, where can digital cover the 80%, and we might need to get the 20% involved. And then there's like a financial element to this too, of like for what size of customer and what amount of revenue does this make sense. And so like, this is probably a very simplistic like CS basics answer, but we looked through automating as much of the customer journey as possible and then allowing for like the whack-a-mole moments to pop up where we do actually get humans involved, and we think that that is the like natural lever that they would need at that step to make a real difference. We also looked at, of those human moments, do they need to happen live or not? Do they need to happen one-on-one or not? And we're trying to push them more to like one-to-many opportunities. So there is opportunities for those hand raisers, for those human touches, but now we're trying to group them together in the form of office hours, in the form of webinars, things like that. And I think the third thing to keep in mind is like keeping an eye on the metrics. The whole reason why we built digital is because we believed that we could service these customers without compromising how they were performing in terms of metrics. And there should be no real difference in the digital customer base and let's say the higher touch customer base. The mechanisms are different, but we still want to see the same performance, the same outcome. So it should not be a degraded experience. I think it's really tough to get it to that point, but if you build it well, that could happen.
I'll just add that I think when it is positioned as an and, not an or, I think there is more receptivity within the organization, right? Like the digital should be additive to the point of like it shouldn't degrade the experience. We did one sort of pilot around a certain part of a segment of our customers where we had the teams create shared goals, create shared outcome-based metrics, which that just in and of itself, so they weren't positioned as or but and, I think was a big unlock to achieving more outcome. And I think both of the teams created more sort of shared understanding and empathy for how they could each lean in to help the other in service of the outcomes for the customer.
So let me take a slightly different perspective on it. So I think about like there's a digital, which is digital as a segmentation within your customer success programs, and then there's like digital as it should apply to your entire book. So I don't like digital CS programs that limit themselves to a segment. To be clear, like that's my personal bias there. I think like digital programs should serve two purposes as you go up book. The first of those is they should remove toil. So if you're like doing things by hand across multiple customers, your digital program should remove that. So if you're like providing product context and launch details, you got to flush that out. That should be one goal of a digital program. And the second is they should be your demand generation. So you're always trying to engage in the live, high-value moments with your customers. Your digital program should drive more and more of those. And the third part of it, my answer, I'll say, is that the guy who said those first two things is totally wrong. And it's because that is the world before the comet or asteroid hits. Because in fact, I don't believe that will be a market segmentation or a line that exists in a AI first CSM world, because we're talking about like CSMs in this context, because I don't actually think that line makes any sense. Just based on my conversations with my customers, with other companies and their customers, they, in a lot of cases, prefer their first line of conversation to be their AI agents, whether you interact with them through voice, through text, any sort of multimodal interaction, an agentic approach. They prefer them. They're faster, they're available all the time, they already have all the context, and they're consistent. And I think in that sort of world, what we think of today as digital CS actually becomes very different. And it becomes more attached to our people, and you wind up with sort of every customer effectively gets some level of cyborg CS, and the only question is, how cyborg is it? Is it like 80% machine and 20% human, or the other way around? And so I think like the lines that we think of today to define these things, they're fine for now as we continue to grow. But I think if we look back on it 2 years from now, certainly, we'll be if I stopped at the first two, that replay would not age well in 2 years.
I don't think I have anything else to add. I feel like these were great answers.
Hi, my name is Zaga. I'm a customer and commercial officer from a construction SaaS marketplace business in Australia. I am feeling so inspired right now after all the content from today. We're on a pathway to profitability though right now, and so we have no slack in the system, and I feel like I'm going to need to ask for investment of money and time to do all these things. At the same time, we have time-bound goals for this year. And so I'm feeling inspired, but I'm feeling intimidated. And I wondered what advice you could give me to figure that out and get some stuff going and get the future happening without coming at the cost of the things we need to do this year.
So just to rephrase the question, it's you're inspired because there's so many different things. There's so many things you could go and so many opportunities to go do things and kind of pull the future forward. But at the same time, you have to deliver on the day-to-day, and you're already maxed out. And so, like, how do you find that time? That's a hard one. Actually, I was talking to Vanessa yesterday about this, and I think the unfortunate reality is you kind of just have to just find the time to invest and like start small with like the little things. I think she was saying that she vibe coded on the weekend for a couple of hours to just like throw herself into the technology. I think that's very true. Like you kind of just have to find an opportunity to create the space. And I know that's kind of like doesn't really answer your question because it's just do more. But I think like you have to realize that if you do that, it will pay off in the long run or in the medium or maybe even short run, right? Because you're going to learn those things, then you can apply them tomorrow and save time, and then that starts to compound and snowball over time.
I don't know if this is going to be helpful, but this is what came to mind when you asked the question. So I think there are opportunities to share the problem and also help people share the success. And so I would oftentimes when I'm faced with something where I'm similarly inspired, like oh my gosh, this thing is amazing, but I'm like, like how am I gonna, I think to myself, okay, who else can I share the problem with, who's got a vested interest in this outcome, and who else can I share the success with once I know this is gonna be like amazing and gangbusters. And I think you'll be surprised that on the share the problem, there's more commonality than separateness. And I think on the share the success, you'll find more hand raisers than, like I've gotten hand raisers across the organization on unlikely things because I shared the problem. And I'm like, I don't know if anybody's interested in doing this thing with me, but I need some help. And you get hand raisers. So I don't know if that helps, but food for thought.
So I'm going to take a slightly more pushback stance on this. And that is that if you did a sort on your team of the most impactful work that's taking place, but you flipped it the other way, what is like the least impactful work that's taking place? There's going to be a place where you can drive a wedge in. And I'll give you a really simple example. Just by replacing something like traditional search with a GPT-powered search, you would see so much of an improvement in the results from the performance of something like a self-help resource, for example, that you would immediately see those savings. So a year ago, if you asked me, I'd say, man, there's a lot of experiments. You should take some time, figure things out, and you should still experiment at the bleeding edge. But we already now have a substantial body of work that says there's certain use cases that just kind of work. You don't need to convince anyone, say, let's try it, an experiment. We're at the bleeding edge. No one has done this before. That's just not the case anymore. There are many use cases for customer success that are now proven to deliver consistent quality and ROI. And you can start there. Search is a really good example. There's other ones we can build out lists of depending on the specifics of your business. And they will work. You can pretty much guarantee they'll work. You can discount it and say, like, they say 40% improvement. I'm going to say it's 20, right? And it'll work. And so you can use those bets, and that gives you arbitrage. That gives you a place to start the work that we talked about, which is the snowballing. You need room to start. And I think the place to start is where you have guaranteed likelihood that something's going to succeed, and then you just say to your CFO, I'm not going to give you back all those savings. I know we're in a path to profitability. I'll give you a trade. I'll give you half, I'll keep half, but I will promise you an ROI on that half that you're letting me keep. And you do it. And you do it again, and you do it again, and that's how you build momentum to take an organization that is at scale or is at the point where you're sort of tapped out to create room to get the benefit from these solutions.
My name is Jerry. I'm also a Success VP portfolio company graduate. So I have a question about today. I think in this day and age, being customer become more challenging because there's so many options, many more options to choose from, and also the product's innovating so fast. How do you catch up? And I think customer success team is going to be more important to customer to feel comfortable to use the product. But the challenge is the customer is on a product. And they were there, you have some insights, and then they go away. They do their own thing. And they come back with some questions, and they come back with new use cases, or either do more or do less. So how do you think about maximize the context of what happened to the customer so that you can better help them? So it's a broad question, but just curious to hear your thoughts.
Maybe, so how to maximize the context that you get from customers to better serve them. So I think broadly, there are probably two things that come to mind for me. I think one is, and we've talked a little bit about it, like making sure that context gets put in the position where it can be most powerful. So whether that's getting placed in certain systems within your organization, or but the more parts of the organization that can access that context to then feed whatever they're trying to drive, I think that's the first thing. The second thing would be making sure that you are constantly optimizing how well that context is serving whatever part of the ecosystem it's trying to drive. So if you're feeding context from a particular part of the product or service into CX calls to propose next best offer when you're talking to a customer, how well is that working? What is that adoption rate? So I think it is both making it accessible, but then making sure that you're actually monitoring if it's working to create a feedback loop.
I don't know if this answers your question, but I think when I hear customer context, the thing that comes to mind for me is a lot of times where things get slowed down is applying what is happening on the customer side, or what is happening within your product to whatever is happening to the customer. And it's like that translation between your product, your company, and the customer. And how do you make that translation more efficient? And how do you start from second base, for example? And so one of the things that we've been thinking about is which is not like this is not new at all, which is like verticalization, in the sense of there have been industries that have kind of come to the forefront for us, for our business. And so how do you arm our field-facing teams, not just customer success, to start from second base, where they have all of the right, call it templates, context about the industry, what's happening in the market, all of those kind of things, as well as ready-made plays they can run. So all they have to do is understand what's happening, what recently happened with their customer, and that translation and that loop is much faster for them to take action. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's what comes to mind for me.
I have if anyone's looking for an idea for the next class of YC, I'll give you my pitch on what I want to see someone build for context. If you think about all of the work that we all do, a lot of it is discovery oriented. And what you're looking for is to go into a customer, ask them about what's happening in their environment, what's happening in their business. If it's a technical product, you're asking for technical specifications, details, things like that. And they
you're asking for them to consolidate that into a form that you can then consume to then deliver, to match your product to that. And so I have this vision that, I don't know why we have to do it that way as machines get smarter and can distill down all this context for us. So what I want to see someone build is in different domains is an agent. Now you can give this agent to a customer and say, look, we agree you want to be successful with our product, right? We agree, we're cool. Now, we can sit here and do like the services scoping and the details and all that stuff. You can tell me a thing and I'll give you a proposal and we can talk about it for like a while. Like you go through this as an SE, you do it as a CSM, you do it as a services engineer, but I have an alternative. I'm going to give you an agent. You put this agent in your environment, you control it. It's not going to send me a damn thing. But what it will do is it will be the most aggressive 5 whys, 8-level deep questions of all of the data you have in your environment that is a match for the type of things that I want you to be successful with for our product. It will learn all of those things, and then it will come to you and say, I can answer any question that Notion or Intercom or GitHub or Bill.com has about your product. It'll just do it on its own. You get that information, and then we say, it'll tell you, hey, I am now ready to be the expert interlock, because remember, we always want an expert, a champion on the other side, right? Or they're more like a technical champion, not like business champion, but you want someone. This agent is now your champion, and it has all the context of your customer. And then that agent can talk to your agent, your CSM agent, your services agent, your support agent, and provide the context it needs under control of the customer. They've not lost control over any of their data. You're not worried about any leaks of any information, but it will provide that context. That agent will then do our work, the CSM's role, the support agent's work, the service agent work, provide that context to a human being on our side. And now when the human beings talk, it's like they have an army of experts who have already done all the work, and you're in decision making. You agree, these are the phases of our project. Here's how we're going to launch. Here's the order of our activation. That is my vision for some of these like amazing unlock things with CS. And if someone builds this thing, I will be first in line to buy it. I will also be first in line to fund it. So if you'll
have to battle John.
Idea, we'll do it. I will get you all the funding you need to make this successful if you have a technical solution that you think can solve this pain. And every tech company in the world will be your buyer.
Should we end with everybody giving their YC ideas and pitching this audience?
I mean, I do have one question, and then we can do crowdfunding for your idea. So the question, which is in some sense contradictory to the setting, is for AI solutions or use cases that you're implementing, are you using point solutions, smaller solutions, et cetera, that are still in early stages, or are you taking a more platform approach, or are you building your own?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch. I think because the speaker is facing the other way. If you could restate the question, John.
Yeah, the question is, are you using point solutions from early stage companies? Are you making your own? Or are you buying from the big vendors when it comes to implementing this next wave of AI software?
I keep talking. You got to take this one first.
All. We're doing all of it. How can I give you a better answer? Depending on the scale of the application, there are, and we're in the business of moving money. We move billions and billions of dollars, and so there are parts of where we are deploying AI that have higher thresholds than others, and so we are using different kinds of suites and different types of technology against sort of the scale and complexity and risk of the application.
I don't know if anybody was here in this morning for Christina Shen and Ross from Service Side, but one of the things they talked about was like one of the key skill sets is problem solving. And so I think the direct answer, I guess, would be all of them as well, right? But I think the reason is it kind of depends on what the problem is that you're trying to solve. And so I don't think it doesn't make sense to me to just have a blanket, like we only buy from the big ones or we only buy point solutions. You know, sometimes it makes sense to go point solution if like the problem you're solving is best solved with that. But I think you got to take it case by case.
So I already shared my answer in my slides. I have a framework, so the AI-ness and the visibility, and sort of like build versus buy pops into like those sorts of views. I do think generally, like if I was to make a general statement, which is always a high-risk thing to do, I say generally you'll probably find incremental nature is more common amongst like the larger vendors that you have, and then you're more likely to get innovative solutions when you go earlier stage. So if you're thinking about the impact you want to have from an incremental stage all the way into entirely like transformational reimagined approach, you probably have to go earlier stage because reimagination is very hard to do at scale. It's certainly possible with systems that you have, but it has to kind of come out of like first principles thinking. And so in some cases that will lend itself to building and going earlier stage, but it does depend on the use case and the problem set that you want to solve.
All right, I think that's a wrap. Are you getting tired yet?
This is my regular days, so I'm
hot.
actually very comfortable. I have water. If someone can bring me a snack, I mean, I feel like we can keep rolling, but it's probably a limit.
We still have to debate outcome-based pricing, so.
That's right. That's okay. Yeah, we have that topic. If anyone wants to stay, round one, outcome-based pricing.
All right, maybe that's what we'll do. So we've got some beverages at the back. We've got some snacks at the back. We can continue the conversation over there. But from Monica, Janan, and myself, I just want to thank you all for coming. This whole thing is about community, and the community, once again, showed up. So thank you very much. Give yourself a round of applause.
So actually, I do have didn't take the mic away from you or shut it off, which is problematic. I did want to take a second actually to thank John. When you have communities, you need spiritual leaders, cult leaders, spiritual leaders, not cult leaders. You need like a spiritual leader who people anchor around. You want someone who you can follow. And I think John does a great job of like being that person and being he is the tallest person here, so maybe the lightning rod as well for like a lot of the energy and stuff in the room. So I just want to say thank you, John, for once again putting on a fantastic event and inviting us here.
Well, thank you. It's our pleasure. We have so much fun with this. It's cool. And maybe to just wrap it up, none of this would be as good as it is without amazing speakers. So thank you, Sarah, for sticking around. Thank you, Abbas, for sticking around. And of course, Monica and Janan, thank you for sticking around as well. This was awesome. We will see you next time. We'll see you in the back. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of your SaaStr.